I won't be here.
Oh, okay. Well, are you?
Yeah, Jay's gonna be chair today. Okay, keep an eye out for Sharon and the NDs. I sent her the generic link. And we should be. Yep. So Jay, I think we're ready to hit the road on this one.
Very good. Good morning, everybody. I am Jay Arnold, Vice Chair of the State Building Code Council. Chair Todd Bayweather is not able to attend today, so I will be running the meeting. Could we get a roll call? And I'd like to call the Friday, July 25th meeting of the State Building Code Council to order. Could we get a roll call, please?
So Todd Byrather is absent. Jay Arnold,
Here.
Shell Anderson,
Present.
Scott Bastiani,
I see him here. Scott, could you unmute if you're able?
Yeah. Hey,
There you go.
good morning.
Justin Borgo,
Don't see him in the room.
Tom Handy,
Here.
Angela Hoff,
Here.
Roger Haringa,
I'm here.
Ty Minzer, Ben O'Mara,
Here.
Pete Reiki,
Here.
Katie Sheehan, here, Dan Young,
Here.
Tom Young,
Here.
and we do have a quorum. Let me call our ex officio members, Lauren Lathrop, Senator John Lovick, Representative Alex Rammel,
Good morning.
Representative Suzanne Schmidt,
Here.
Senator Shelley Short, Assistant Attorney General Derek Meyer-Bachdahl.
I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
There we go.
Go ahead, Senator Shoemate. No? Okay. We have, please, go ahead.
Oh, so sorry, this is Alex Rammel. I think I forwarded the link over to Senator Shoemake, who I believe is replacing Senator Lovick on the Code Council.
So on that one, I didn't get an official letter from the governor's office on that one yet. So if that's what's coming on here, we can place her in there for the ex officio for Senator Lovick.
Okay, and thank you, Rep. Rammel. He's also now listed as me, so that's funny. And I will let folks know that they need that letter to you.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. And for other introductions, the governor has filled 2 vacancies on the State Building Code Council, Scott Bastiani and Tom Young. Scott, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. So I'm Scott Bastiani. Been in Puget Sound area for most of my life and in the construction industry, commercial construction, for about 37 years. I've worked outside of like San Francisco, basically up and down the West Coast, but primarily in Puget Sound. Worked for several of the larger general contractors in the region, but also acted as a developer and owner's rep, and then also subcontractor. I worked, led the design build team on the steel and glass on the Spheres project, and have done a lot of Microsoft work, Amazon work, just large construction work.
Okay, and is Tom Young attending? I don't see him on my list.
He's
Tom, if you're
in person.
Oh, Tom, great. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, Tom Young, glad to be here. Don't expect much from me today. So I spent a lot of time building a lot of things and a lot of different types of things. Have a mechanical engineering degree from the University of Hawaii, but quick disclaimer, I did a little building design work for a few months out of college to spend my time beginning with commercial construction. For those who have visited Hawaii, I worked on Kalu Airport, the Grand Wailea. Moved up here in 1995 to escape the high cost of living in Hawaii, when Washington wasn't an expensive place to live. My first project was the Redmond Town Center, designed by, I guess, one of my colleagues' firm, Element Architects. I managed to move towards land development, did a master plan development in Issaquah, and built a lot of infrastructure. And in 2010, as a residential land developer, got caught up in that whole downturn and had to start building homes to kind of work out with the bank. And so have been building homes since 2010. Worked for a national home builder also, Richmond American Homes, and in 2014 co-founded Azure Northwest Homes, that besides doing plat development, we do attached and detached residential. So glad to be here. Looking forward to working with you.
Great, Scott and Tom, welcome. Senator Shoemake, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm State Senator Sharon Shoemake, up in the 42nd Legislative District, which is Bellingham, north all the way to the border. And I serve on the Transportation Committee, the Ag Committee, and then I'm chair of the Energy and Environment Committee, and just have a big interest in that balance of energy efficiency and housing affordability. So I'm so excited to learn from you all.
Looking forward to working closely with you all. Let the record show that Councilmember Ty Menzer is in attendance. Is there anybody else that's attending the meeting that would like to be recognized for the record? Please raise your hand. It may be under reactions if you have, depending on the version of Zoom that you have. Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Corey Shaw, Executive Director of the Washington Aggregate and Concrete Association, interested in item number 10 today on the agenda.
Okay. Ariel, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Ariel Brenner from the New Buildings Institute, also here for number 10.
Okay. Kevin, go ahead.
Good morning. This is Kevin Dewell with Northwest Natural. I served on the residential and commercial tags.
Okay. There's a meeting attendee as K4C meetings. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you. This is Ross Freeman with King County Executive Climate Office here to address item number, let's see, that's 9.
Okay. Ann Anderson, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ann Anderson. I'm a practicing structural engineer and I serve on the Energy Tag Committee. I would like to address item number 8.
Okay. Gregory Johnson, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Greg Johnson with Avista and served on both the residential and commercial energy tags.
Thank you. Elizabeth Torsky.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Torsky with Cascade Natural Gas, and I served on the residential energy tag.
Okay. Poppy Storm.
Poppy Storm with 2050 Institute, and I am on the commercial and residential energy code tags.
Okay. Andy Burnham.
Yeah, Andy Burnham, alternate representing energy modelers on the commercial energy tag.
Okay. Dwayne Johnlin.
Yeah, Dwayne Johnlin, City of Seattle, and on both the residential and commercial energy tag.
Excellent. Thank you all for joining. Is there anybody else who would like to be recognized for the record? Seeing none, we'll move on to our agenda. First item is to review and approve the agenda. Could I get a motion to approve the agenda as shown?
So moved. I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Chell and seconded by Roger. Is there any public comment on the agenda? Seeing none, any discussion? All in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The agenda is approved. Next, we have approval of minutes from our June 6th meeting. As this is being scrolled, does anybody have any comments or corrections to the minutes? Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the June 6th minutes.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Chell, seconded by Tom. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The minutes are approved. Next, we have public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Note that we have a number of code change proposals, including EV charging standards, embodied carbon, and others later in the agenda. I'll call for public comment on those as we consider each of those agenda items. With that, do we have any public comment on items not on the agenda? Any public comment on items not on the agenda? Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, hearing none, I had a question for staff, which is, as we approve or work on items 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, what is the threshold of voting we need to move those into CR 102 process? Is that simply 8 votes in the affirmative, or is there some other math in there that we need to do?
It's just the majority of the group for this one. The only time we need that 8 council members is for that final adoption.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure if this is Senator Shoemake or Representative Ramel, but please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about it. It's Alex Ramel. Just confirming, that is a majority of members present and voting, not a majority of the full council.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. Okay, not seeing any public comment on items not on the agenda. I will close that item and we'll move to agenda item number 5, an emergency rule request by the Washington State Association of Fire Marshals. Dustin, could we start out with some background here? Because I know this is something that we had on our meeting discussion previously.
Yes, so on this one, I'd like to first start off. I don't see the proponent Dave Kokot in the room with us, but the needed action today is no action by the council. Per RCW 19-27032, the council is not allowed to take action on an emergency rule request at the meeting where it's introduced. We did have this on some intended agendas previously in the year, but this has been moved down till now. And so this is the actual introduction of the emergency rule request. And so I'm prepared to, I got shown on the screen here today the petition document that comes from the Office of Financial Management. And then I've also got the draft proposal from the Washington State Association of Fire Marshals to review as well. But I was hoping that Dave would be here to talk about the proposal and the need. On this one, I'll pause for Roger. He's got his hand up.
Okay, Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like some clarity on, there's 2 questions in my mind. There is the change needed, which I think Dave Kokot can address, and I'm, in my initial reading, it seems to be reasonable, but we would need to dig into that. The second one is the end product of the council, or how would we integrate it if we decide to do this? And I understand that we need to wait a month. Would it is the intent, or Dustin, is it possible that this change would get included in the current CR 102, or does it not have to go into the CR 102? I guess eventually, would this change get adopted in the code that's coming out next November?
The answer is yes. I believe that is the intention, is to get this as a permanent rule after we get the emergency rule in place. That being said, it wouldn't necessarily need to follow the main body of our codes through the to be included in that CR 102, but it would be my hope that as this goes through its process, that it is if it does go to permanent rulemaking, that it's ready for the publication documents that would be come out, so it can be rolled out with that suite of changes.
Okay.
Next year.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Schmidt.
Representative Schmidt, but
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
That's okay. Yeah, so I actually do have some concerns about this emergency rule, and I would like to see more stakeholder work done on this. So are we going to send it back to a tag before we vote on it or take action? I've received comments from the city of Spokane that believe that more stakeholder work needs to be done, that the platting and planning divisions of the city of Spokane were not included in discussions on this emergency rule, and may cause some problems as far as getting some housing started. So I had, for a couple of examples, if a house has already been platted and this emergency rule takes place, they would have to go back to the drawing board because they're going to go from 3 feet to 5 feet. The other thing is we also have a plan for some tiny houses, and the plan has already been set for the houses to be 3 feet apart. And if this passed as an emergency rule, we'd have to go back and do 5 feet, which is going to cut the community in about half. So I think that we need to really look at what are the unintended consequences before we move forward with putting this on the agenda for an emergency approval.
So if I may, the emergency rule in the past has sometimes gone straight from the submission to the council to the rulemaking process. There's nothing in the process that would preclude us from sending this to the tag for some more stakeholdering, should the emergent nature of the request be approved.
Thank you, Dustin, for that clarification. And that would be, of course, my recommendation is that we would send it back to the tag for further stakeholding before we move forward.
Okay, so Chell, go ahead.
Building on that, would we need to find an emergency before we send this to the tag?
I believe so. If, as an emergency rule request, we would need to find that there's an emergency before sending it to the tag. But I'd have to defer maybe to Dirk on that specific.
I'm here. I even wore a sport coat for this meeting just to look extra lawyerly, but there might be some questions. Dustin, I don't know if that would necessarily be the case. Obviously, the council, at least in my view, has pretty broad discretion to refer items to the tag, whether it's through an emergency rule or request or otherwise. So I do think you could at any time ask the tag to take a look at a proposal, whether it's an emergency rule. Ultimately, if you move into the space where you want to make a decision on the merits, whether to reject, well, if you're going to approve rather actually step back. So you haven't just been asked here to adopt an emergency rule. There's actually been a petition that's been filed under our state APA for emergency rulemaking. And so you're going to have to take an action on that one way or another. The action could be to deny it, to accept it, or to take action on it later down the road. But you're going to need to vote on that. If ultimately you decide that there's not an emergency, then that could be one of the solutions. When if you do take action on it, though, you'd have to make a determination under the statute that there is an emergency, and that has to be a 2/3 vote. That's my long answer to the question, to your question, Dustin. I don't believe you would, though, have to necessarily make that emergency determination before referral to the TAG, although that might make sense to you if you want to do it that way. So I see you nodding, Jay, so that makes me think that you understood what I said, which is
Well, and I think this is a good introduction to what we would be discussing next meeting. Consider this the first reading of the petition. We're taking no action today.
I think that's right.
Okay, are there any other questions on this from council members? Katie, go ahead.
So does that mean that it's going to go to the TAG for review, or does it just sit until our next meeting?
My understanding is we can take no action today, so it sits until our next
I
meeting.
see. Okay.
Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the action we are asked to take or not take today is the finding of an emergency. And if we do so, then we can do other things. If we find there's no emergency, then we probably aren't going to do any other things. So the only action we can take today is yes or no on an emergency, or yes or no, or defer on an emergency. I think 5 feet is excessive, just to speaking to the merits of whether there's an emergency. But the question is there a standard that is in the code right now for this width? And I don't know the answer.
Good information to find out. Representative Schmidt.
Sorry, had to unmute. Yeah, so my understanding is they did something similar in Vancouver, but they're having difficulty implementing it. I actually have a report that has where they had tried to implement in Vancouver. So, and that's was going to be my question before I mentioned that report is who is going to determine whether this is an emergency or not? And I think Chell just gave us the answer to that.
Thank you. Angela, go ahead.
So as far as I am aware, there's no real defined specific, pathway width for this that applies directly to this. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, my phone rang while I took my headphones off. So there's the fire separation distances that give you your minimum, with along a property line, or, your rated walls. You've got your fire separation distance between the structures, as they're referring to all of the, ADUs that are now being forced into backyards and everything like that. So there isn't, as of now, I don't think an actual path. They can rate walls to get them as close as they want, and they can squish them in there. So it comes down to zoning regulations as far as separation and things like that. So for jurisdictions that don't have sprinkler ordinances, I can see why this could be a huge issue with having no actual walkways required.
And ADA would presumably
not for detached.
Not for detached. Okay.
It doesn't come into play for single family or 2-family. That would only kick in townhouses over, 4 or something, and then multifamily. So if you don't have zoning regulations that dictate the separation between your detached ADUs, then you can stick them on top of each other. And if you don't have sprinkler ordinances, then they're all non-sprinklered structures. So you do have your egress requirements, I guess, but I'm not sure in the IRC if that's maybe 3 feet. So again, I see where they're coming from.
Yeah, and I guess I'll also say that I see that we probably should clarify this statewide, because there are new state laws that allow more housing, and I'm in support of that. But we should also clarify for code officials what the minimums are and for safety as well. So I guess I'm in support of finding an emergency and then doing some work on the answer.
Okay, and I'm going to go through the questions that council members have before I get to public comment on this. Roger, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in mostly just to upset Roger. Sorry, Roger, but I just want to make sure we're all clear about something. So my reading, this is, recall everybody, and this is true for the new members. I'm saying this in part for the new members too. This requirement to basically have a first reading for petitions for emergency rulemaking is relatively new. So we haven't gotten a lot, and we're still kind of working our way through it. In my view, I don't believe it would be appropriate under the statute to take a vote on whether there's an emergency at the meeting in which it's introduced. So that's pushing back a little bit, I think, on what you said, Chell, because I think the statute says that no action can be taken on a petition for rulemaking at the meeting in which it's produced. And I would say that making a determination as to whether or not there's an emergency would be action on the petition. And so, again, I think you could refer this to the tag now if you wanted to. But if you're going to make a determination that there's an emergency or an accept or deny, the actual petition would have to be at a future scheduled meeting.
Okay, sorry, I really misinterpreted that one. Okay, so we would not do anything today, and then we would find that there's an emergency next time, possibly, and then also possibly vote on a remedy next time as well.
That's my reading of it. Dustin, do you disagree with that?
Okay, sorry.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Roger, do you have anything
Yes,
else?
I agree with it as well. And in fact, Jay, I would be ready to make a motion. If you want to have public comment, that's fine. But my motion would be to defer it till the next meeting. And my reasoning is the proponent is not here. So, and there isn't a description of whether it's an emergency or not. So I don't think we have enough information to make that decision today. And again, I don't think that it is appropriate for us to make that decision. We've already got into some of the details of the pluses and minuses, and I can see both points. I can certainly see it's a zoning, platting question. And I can see from a fire department, they want to make sure they have access. So it is a complicated issue. I understand that. So whenever you're ready, Jay, I would be ready to make a motion to defer it to next meeting.
I don't think such a motion is necessary, Roger.
Okay.
Given what we've heard from Derek on this.
Okay.
Representative Schmidt?
Yes. Excuse me. My only question would be, in the meantime, so if we defer it to next meeting, then is anybody going to look into it or come up with more additional information so that when we do look at it next meeting, that we have more information to discuss and make a decision on?
The thing that I would ask Representative Schmidt is that it sounds like some people have reached out to you with some information, and if you could forward information to staff, they can distribute it to all of us so we have some background. And I think part of what we do by introducing this today is give opportunities for interested stakeholders to send in information so we have the benefit of that before we act.
Okay. All right. I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, so Dave sent me an email. He couldn't make it today. He wanted me to talk about it since I'm the chair of the fire committee. But I think with what everybody else has said is we would defer it. We just show it today. But yeah, definitely any of the information that is available would be nice to have to make an educated decision. I think it is an emergency with the issues that fire departments are having getting gurneys in and out of some of these certain locations that are right up against a property line 3 feet away. So anyway, that's my opinion on that, but that has nothing to do with it today. But I do think that getting information out to us so we can make a educated decision one way or the other is very important.
Thank you. Angela?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I missed it. Is it Rep Schmidt?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would ask you to encourage the people that reached out to you to attend the next meeting so that they can themselves present the data or the examples that they have so that in public testimony on this, we can get a better idea of what their concerns are as opposed to what maybe the fire concerns are. So,
Okay.
thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess which tag would or committee would be appropriate for this? I'd like to hear from my immediate guess would be BFRW committee, but then it could be either of the tags. And so if we were forwarding this to a committee or a tag, I'd like to hear from others, especially those chairs of those committees, if they think they would like to take a look at it or if they think they should take a look at it. We do have some committee meetings already on the schedule for early August.
Roger?
I was thinking about that as well, Chell, and my first answer, and it may be incorrect, and I can be corrected if so, it would be the BFRW. There certainly is a building code question. There is a fire code component to it. And then there's the broader question of zoning, which is not part of our codes. So I think the broader BFRW would be the right group to do it. And being the chair of the BFRW, I know our work on the group one is hopefully coming to a close today. So that would be the group that I would suggest, but I may be overruled, which would be fine.
Dan?
Oh, I concur with Roger on that. I think the BFRW is the place because it is a building and fire. Even though it is the fire code and the chair of the fire tag, there is a building component that I think it's important that we get the right stakeholders in it. And I think the BFRW is the correct place for it to go if that's the way the decision is decided. Because obviously we can't make a decision, but if we decide that there is an emergency and it needs to be looked at, my opinion is that that's the right place for it to go.
Good.
If I may, Jay, I would like to take the opportunity to help educate the public and everybody the difference between a tag and a standing committee. Referring to a tag is a specific technical advisory group. VFRW is a standing committee which may ask questions of technical groups or bring in technical experts, but they're two different things that we continue to get mixed up. So just wanted to make that clarification.
Great. Thank you. And I would note that the committees are made up of members of the State Building Code Council, whereas the tags are experts that are outside of council members, except for the chair. So thank you for that clarification. All good food for thought for any action that we take at our next meeting. For public comment on this item, we have an attendee listed as Fire Code Consultant, LLC. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. This is Ken Burlett. You might know me from City Seattle Fire Department, but I'm only representing my private company, Fire Code Consultant, LLC. Little background, I don't think you have heard what 504.1 says in the fire code, and it says exterior doors and openings required by this code pertaining to the fire code or the International Building Code shall be maintained readily accessible for emergency access. And it talks about an approved access walkway leading from the fire apparatus access road to exterior openings shall be provided where required by the fire code official. So what they're talking about, just so everybody understands, is these required openings might be that egress window out of a bedroom. It could be a front door, and it could be a second-story structure that has an egress opening for rescue windows. There's always been an issue with the ability of the fire department to gain access to rescue people, also for themselves to get out of their structure. And if there's any type of ladder operations that is involved, and this is a ground ladder operation, when you're trying to climb up a ladder to a second story, you have a climbing angle issue, and you need to have proper setback so the firefighter is safe when they're climbing the ladder. That is what we're talking about here, besides also access via gurney for other patient issues. But it's more than what you're just looking at the screen here. You have to be aware of the 504.1 section, the charging language in there. I agree that it'd be great going to the standing committee, but in addition, it does, it has some technical issues that we probably want to be looking at the residential code and any other minimum width requirements from any exterior opening to the public way, and because there are other code sections that may address this too, is a very important issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Is there anything else? Chell, go ahead.
Would it be in order to make a motion to refer this to the BFRW committee?
I think that would be an appropriate motion at our next meeting.
So they couldn't look at it before the next meeting?
I don't see any, so I'm going to me jumping in.
Okay.
I don't see anything in the statute which would preclude you all from referring any questions to a committee or a tag for their review or to provide. I don't believe it would be appropriate for you to refer it to them to take action on it at this time. But if you're looking for an opinion or for some feedback or recommendations, I think that would be appropriate. But
Okay.
Justin, don't want to step out of line here. If you have a different point of view, let me know.
No, I just tried to synthesize what you had said before. So, Chell, then, given what we're hearing from Derek on this, would we want to
I would make
a motion
I would
to
make a
have
motion.
the committee study this issue, perhaps?
Yeah, review this document and provide an opinion to the council on it, ideally in advance of our next meeting.
Okay.
That's a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second.
Okay, I heard Roger first, seconding it. We have a motion on the table. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm confused then what the definition of taking action is.
Yeah, it's a good question, Tom. I'm going to assume that was directed to me, although doing a little quick review here of 1927. Again, folks, bear with us because we're still kind of working through the workflow, right, of this type of situation. There isn't anything specifically in the statute that refers to or defines the term take action. And so I've been construing it, interpreting it as actually taking action, meaning to approve or disapprove. I suppose it could be argued, if we were to do a deep dive into Robert's rules, for example, there could be an argument that take action means take any action at all, including a referral. I would defer that to that judgment to the council. And the reason for that is without anything in statute, really that gives us a better answer. I think you all should work through what makes the most sense.
When in Robert's rules is where it's really defined, and it has to do with OPMA and everything. With regard to, us as commissioners, anytime we actually even discuss something, we are considered to be taking action and in violation of OPMA.
Sure, that's a really good point. So the OPMA includes a definition of take action for purposes of the OPMA, and that might inform you here. I guess what I would offer is what makes the most sense. Does it make sense to have to wait to the next meeting to get any additional information about the request? I would leave it to you all on that.
It seems like the BFRW could just kind of bring it up as other business if they chose to, and not have the council take any action now to require them to do that.
Actually,
Chell, go ahead.
Yeah, I just would be really surprised if the law prohibited us from fact-finding questions. The whole reason why you can't take action on it, I guess, the way I see it, yeah, I can't imagine that the law would prohibit us from trying to learn more in advance of taking action at our next meeting. That just seems like that would be a strange interpretation of the law. And obviously I'm not a lawyer, but getting information seems like that's what we want to do so we can take good, reasonable, and speedy action. And asking the BFRW to take a look at it, the law would be very strange if it disallowed us from asking people to look at something and bring facts to us.
Okay, Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the legislative intent of this rule. On the one hand, I completely, if we're going more towards an OPMA reading of it, then it would make sense not to do anything. But if this is truly if this is an emergency, then waiting another month to be able to refer it seems burdensome. So I guess, I don't know, I saw Representative Rammel's hand up. I don't know if anybody remembers, but it would be nice to know, what the purpose of this law was so that we can understand what the legislature wanted from us.
And before we go on, I want to interrupt just for a second if I can. Yeah, thank you. I was pulling up. It actually doesn't say take action. It says act on. So I don't know if don't believe that's particularly relevant for the OPMA issue because OPMA uses both terms. But that's a fair question, Katie. What was the intent of this? And one other thought too, this is my lawyerly opinion, you could ask a question of a committee or a tag that is unrelated to the petition, right, directly. Not review this petition and make a recommendation is one thing, or ask them a question, hey, do you have any opinions about the following subject is another. Is that a little too cute? Maybe, but it might address some of the concerns that you have.
Roger, go ahead.
Jay, I'll let Representative Rammel respond.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, just since it was invoked and I did work on the legislation in question, and with the usual caveats that legislative intent only matters a little bit, and what's actually written is what matters the most. I will say that I don't think the intent was to prohibit us from asking advisory committees to do a deep dive on this. The intention was that we don't end up with a rule without a window for public comment and participation. So I certainly view referring this to committee as within the legislative intent.
Thank you, Representative Ramel. I noticed that Ken's got his hand up, and even though we have a motion on the floor, I'm going to allow his comment. Ken, go ahead.
No, I didn't raise it back up again. I'm sorry.
Okay, no.
Again. But there is I'll say one thing. There is a new section in the International Residential Code, which we adopted in 2021, that does talk about a minimum of 36 inches needs to be required to the public way for emergency escape and rescue. Open is required. That was not brought up. So there is some language in the IRC with regards to regulating a width. So you might be aware of that also.
Roger?
Yeah, I've got a few things, Jay, that come up. First off, Ken's comment about residential code. I think that's another reason why the BFRW is the right place, because that includes the chair of the residential code. I really appreciate Tom's background and approach. I just wanted to say my background is in the private industry, and the state building code is kind of my first foray into state government. And having said that, I know that there are attorneys who could interpret may not act on in several different ways. And at the end of the day, my goal would be if we need to make a change because of this issue, we get the change included in the next code cycle. So to do that, I would rather not wait a whole month to start considering it. And just for everybody's information, there is currently a August 8th BFRW committee meeting scheduled, which is a week before the next council meeting. And then finally, to address the OPMA, the BFRW is an open meeting. So I don't see referring it from the code or from the council to the BFRW for consideration. There shouldn't be any OPMA questions because we're going we're going to be considering it, the BFRW, on the 8th in an open meeting. So.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, Jay, if I add just one
Please.
more thing, some people might be asking, or some people are new to this. Hey, why do we even have this new requirement of not taking a vote on it or acting on it, or whatever word we want to use? And what problem was that trying to solve? And so I wasn't part of the writing of this, and I didn't take a vote on it like Representative Rammel did, but I was aware of the problem that was trying to be solved. The history of the council was increasing over the history of the council, we're increasingly seeing requests and petitions for emergency rules being made at a meeting, and an expectation that a vote be taken on that at the meeting in which the request for an emergency rule was introduced. And there was a consensus, I think, on the members of the committee that they weren't getting enough information or time to study the issue prior to taking that vote. So that was the genesis of this change to the law, as I recall, and that might help us inform what the right next step is here.
Thank you. We have a motion to ask the BFRW committee to take a look at this issue. Is there any further discussion by council members? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. And thank you, Roger, and members of the BFRW committee for any research and study and consideration that you can help us as we look at this at our next meeting. Okay, that takes us to item 6 on our agenda, Group 2 code change proposals. We have a set of code change proposals for the plumbing code and the residential code. We'll start with the plumbing code. Ben is the chair of the UPC tag, and Ben, is there anything here you want to highlight on referring these petitions to the tag?
Thanks, Jay. No, as these are proposals that staff have received and done a preliminary review for the 2024 UPC. And I think the majority of these have come out of the initial tag review of the 2024 plumbing code and existing amendments. So I would recommend that we defer these to the tag to review and provide recommendations on. Obviously, we want to try to do that as quickly and efficiently as possible. So it would be great if we could do that. And then the plan would be to start tag meetings to review as early as next week. One thing I did notice when reviewing the list of proposals was that the last item 22, appeared to have the incorrect proponent name. It should be the same as the contact name, I believe. Like it got copied from the one above. So yeah, I would just recommend having that updated on the list on the website. But yeah, that's all I wanted to state for this. So yeah, definitely recommend that we take action to defer these to the tag today. Thanks.
Okay. Are there any questions by council members? Chell, go ahead.
Just one super minor thing is that at the top of this document, it says Group 2 and Group 1. And this is the same on the next next sub item on the agenda, is it says Group 1 and then Group 2. So just minor things.
Okay, is there any public comment on this before we get to a formal motion? Okay, seeing none, Ben, do you want to turn your recommendation into a motion?
Sure. I'd move that we defer the 2024 UPC code change proposals that are currently posted on the website to the MVP tag for review.
Is there a second?
Second, Angela.
It's been moved by Ben, seconded by Angela. Any comment? Katie, go ahead.
Just since we talked about how we mix them up, it's the MVPE committee, not TAG, right?
No, that one has a very similar name to the committee. It's the
Okay.
Mechanical Ventilation and Plumbing tag, and then the energy code tags are broken out, but then the committee is the Mechanical Ventilation, Plumbing, and Energy Committee. So we tried to make it as clear as possible.
Awesome, thank you.
So yeah, and this is going to the tag. Okay, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Next, we have code change proposals for the IRC. And this tag, Angela is the chair. Angela, is there anything that you wanted to highlight on these code change petitions, sending these to your tag?
No, nothing special. I don't think that we need to consider.
Okay. Is there any public comments on IRC code change petitions? Seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to review the Group 2 code change positions for the IRC to the residential tag.
So moved, Angela.
Second, Dan.
It's been moved by Angela, seconded by Dan to move these code change petitions to the tag for consideration. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Excellent. Now we're on to some of the fun, meaty stuff. We're going to start with commercial energy code recommendations from the MVPE committee. These are code change proposals that went through the tag process and the MVPE committee. And next steps would be to release for public comment. Chell, do you want to start off with introducing this item?
Yep, I can do that. And I'll spend maybe 5 minutes on it.
Please.
Okay. So the commercial energy code covers all buildings over 3 stories and some residential buildings under 3 stories as well. We met this spring. We had over 14 meetings and about 85 hours of awesome technical discussions on these things through 163 proposals. I'm not going to talk about all of them today. An average of 30 or 40 people at each meeting. So 30 or 40 people times 85 hours. So a lot of volunteer work went into these. In addition, a lot of people spent a lot of time outside of the meetings to refine and review the proposals. So probably thousands of hours of work by the tag went into this. We had some great discussions and votes on procedural things that were very, very close. But nearly all the proposals were passed with either 1 or 0 dissenting votes out of about 18 or 20 tag members. In fact, only 3 final votes on proposals were less than a 2/3 majority. So I'm going to cover those briefly. This is a reflection of working together well and working towards consensus. So there are 163 proposals. We passed 123 of them. We did not pass 21 of them, and then 19 were withdrawn. And a lot of the proposals covered the same types of topics. So a lot of times if we passed one proposal, somebody would withdraw a very similar type of proposal. A lot of them are clerical or fix minor issues in the code that the experts have noticed from past cycles. They covered everything from plant growth lighting to dehumidification, the TSPR, increased window insulation value, thermal imaging, load management, thermal energy networks, removing envelope barriers for conversions to residential, and much more. The major updates I'll go through now. C406, so there's a few pathways through the code. There's a prescriptive pathway where you do a bunch of things, and then there's a table where you select options from that, and that's the C406 table. Then there's also an energy modeling pathway, C407, and not many proposals are about C407, so we'll talk mainly about C406 here. The C406 table in the 2021 code, based on the EPCA concerns, there was a fossil fuel path and a non-fossil fuel heat pump path. The C406 method was overhauled, and so they were brought together into a single pathway. So there's no longer, in the TAG and MVPE proposed version, there's no longer a fossil fuel pathway. Everything is in the same pathway for the prescriptive C406 table. This is in proposal 279. So Johnny Coker started that proposal, and then Greg Johnson updated it. Gary Heikkinen also updated a version of it, and put in a crazy amount of hours refining this, and worked with an unofficial work group that contributed heavily. So thank you to everybody on that. So that occurred, and you can see the different revisions that the tag passed, and then passed an update, and then passed another update on that. One of the big changes in there is that the C406 table was split into subtables for interactive effects. So it's a lot more nuanced than it was before. So while it looks a bit complicated, there is an Excel spreadsheet that the tag envisioned that would allow pretty simple understanding of the credits. So there's some math, but the Excel would handle all the math. So we think it's more nuanced, so it'll get closer to approximating energy use within the pathway, and fossil fuels, electric resistance, and heat pumps are all on the same footing within it. So it's all, this council passed a resolution suggesting that tags should use site energy use in this. And so this is based on site energy use. There's clarification of supplemental heating, which was a question in the last code. We've had some opinions on that, on water heating and more. An update to envelope. The most contentious was a requirement for a minimum of 20% of the glazing in many buildings to use triple glazing. Cost analysis was presented, suggesting it would be cost effective based on newer thin triple technology that uses smartphone glass as the middle pane. The system fits in a traditional aluminum system and doesn't have the weight increase of past versions of triple. There are also other versions of triple out there. So that was one thing that it was still, I think, a 2/3 majority, but it was in favor of it. But there was a lot of discussion. There were updates to TSPR, which is about mechanical system efficiency. There was the AC to heat pump. The idea is that when in existing buildings, getting additional efficiency out of existing buildings is challenging, but if one is replacing an air conditioning unit, those heat pumps and air conditioning units are very similar in that they're both heat pumps. So the AC unit could then provide some amount of heating to the building, as well as a first bit of heating to the building. Steam humidification took a crazy amount of discussion. The tag eventually passed a modified version of 298 that limits steam humidification to 30% in 4C and 50% in 5B. I could get into it because we spent numerous hours, and I know a lot more about steam humidification than I did before. The ones that were less than 2/3 majority. The first one of those was just a revision of a diagram. And the vote was 6-5 with 6 abstentions. It was 087R. It was just a diagram that was updated. Another one was 9-6. That was C406 option for induction cooking, getting some credits for that. That was proposal 153. 270 vote was 7-4, so it was almost 2/3, but not quite. And that was service hot water replacement in C503.5. So those are the contentious ones. I also wanted to add that to calculate all the credits in the C406 pathway, NEA has funded PNNL, the Pacific Northwest National Labs, to update the total credits required and the amount of credit that each option receives. And this was to put every credit option within C406 on equal footing because they're using the same general energy modeling. And some members of the TAG have met with PNNL several times to make that, to help them understand the TAG's intent and bounce ideas off of. So the C406, C407 pathways will get us, we think, about a 10% improvement in energy efficiency over the last code cycle, the 2021 cycle, and that is being done by PNNL. So I talked to PNNL yesterday, and they are not yet done with the modeling. Normally, the final modeling comes in, or the updated modeling comes in during the public comment process, and then is considered by the council when we consider the final CR 103 adoption. So similar to that, their modeling will be done during the public comment process. It's possible it will be done before the CR 102 is actually put out after today, but before the CR 102 is actually published. So it may be possible to have that attached to the CR 102 so that it will go out with that. The TAG also passed a proposal that suggests that the work PNNL does will be posted on the SBCC website so it can be reviewed. They've agreed, PNNL has agreed to do so. So the modeling will be very transparent. Then there were a few updates by the MVPE committee last Friday. There was a clerical update to the energy code definition of residential. For the multiplex housing, there was a small update to allow buildings up to 3 stories with up to 6 units from interior corridors to be under either the residential or commercial energy code. So that definition was approved in the residential energy code tag. That definition then needed to be updated in the commercial energy code so that they'd have the same definition of residential and commercial energy code division in both codes. There was also a clerical update to proposal 238 in there. So in conclusion, there were only 3 proposals that received less than 2/3 of the majority. Took a lot of time through this, and are ready for the public to review this again.
Okay, excellent. So the action that we will be looking at today would be to direct staff to issue a CR 102 to put these out for public comment. So I want to start with questions from SBCC members on this item and what Shell's presented. Representative Ramel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shell, appreciate the presentation and all of the work that you and the other members of the committee have put into this, and the TAG have put into this. Just double checking I understood correctly. You said that you think PNNL is going to come back with 10% improvement in energy efficiency in this version compared to the 2021. If I recall correctly, we're operating under a target set by the legislature of an 80% improvement in energy efficiency compared to 2005 baseline by 2031. Are you able to put that 10% improvement from last cycle onto the timeline of that incremental improvement towards 2031?
Yes, so it's a 70% by statute improvement over the 2006 energy code by 2031. And what PNNL has been tasked with doing, I spoke maybe, I was trying to make it simpler. What PNNL has been doing is drawing a line between where we are and where we need to be, and we have 3 code cycles, this one, 2027 and 2030, to get there, and making the improvement necessary to be on track for the 2031 statutory 70% reduction. So it's about 10%. It might be a little higher than that. Yeah, so their analysis will come back with numbers that will be on track for the 2031 reduction.
Roger, go ahead.
Okay, very helpful.
Well, so the final, however, the final report that we get that shows the curve and where we're at, that doesn't happen until after They do they do a final study of what passes and goes
Yep.
into CR 103, correct?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what has happened in the past is some entity has done modeling during the TAG, MVPE, and council process, and that sets the numbers for how many credits you need to achieve and what each credit is worth. And then a completely separate modeling effort has been paid for by the council once the CR 103 is out and the modeling is done to tell the council how far we got. So those are two separate modeling exercises, and I believe they're two separate modeling exercises. But because NEA has funded PNNL to do this, we will have a great deal of certainty as to how far we're getting much earlier than we normally would.
Okay. And then the other thing is I came into the council 3 years ago almost exactly. I had 2 weeks to prepare myself to vote on this exact document. And so for the two members, I think just clarifying the process, our passing of this today would then move these proposals into CR 102. I think, Jay, you mentioned it, but we're not doing a final approval of all of these. It's open for public comment, and final approval would be an October, November timeframe for the full council. So I just feel their pain and confusion.
We got a
Thank you.
question in the room here, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead.
I just want to thank Roger for sharing that with me today. Today being my first day.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to direct staff to prepare SCR 102 and release the commercial energy code recommendations for public comment.
So moved, Angela.
Second, Tom.
It's been moved by Angela, seconded by Tom. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Chell, and TAG members for the thoughtful consideration of those several hundred proposals to get to the 163 that we're moving forward on this. We really appreciate the time and the work to get to a general agreement on a majority of those and substantial agreement on a lot. Roger, go ahead.
Just a point of order, Jay, we now have two Toms on the council. I believe it was Tom Handy that did the second, so we'll just need to be careful.
Correct. Thank you very much. Okay, next on the agenda is residential energy code recommendations. Similar process where we're looking to release these for public comment. Shell, you want to introduce this item?
Yeah, happy to. So I'm also the chair of the residential energy code tag. And so we did the commercial months ago, the residential wrapped up 2 weeks ago. We met 7 times for about 40 hours to complete the integrated draft and review the code proposals. There were only 48, which is still a big number, but much less in commercial. We passed 21. We did not pass 26, and one was withdrawn. The biggest changes were the addition of an ERI energy, I always forget this one, energy, someone help me out. Anyway, ERI pathway is in the national codes, and it has not been adopted in Washington in the past. It is an energy modeling pathway, but one that uses specific methodologies. So we discussed this last code cycle and did not pass it because, well, for a variety of reasons. We discussed it this code cycle, and we had 2 different proposals roughly outlining the same thing about adopting the ERI pathway from the IECC into the Washington State Energy Code residential. It is a completely new path to Washington code, and the tag adopted it. it was not contentious to adopt it by the tag. So we already had the prescriptive path, which includes an options table called R406. We also have another energy modeling path called R405. So this adds another pathway, and I think there's probably some question as whether we need an ERI pathway and an R405 pathway, because that just makes headaches for code officials as they have to look at two modeling pathways and understand them. R406 is the options table for the prescriptive pathway. We adopted some things that have a smoother gradation of R406 credits. So right now, if you did a home of 1,400 square feet, you're required to get 5 energy credits. If you did a home of just over 1,500 square feet, you would need to get 8 credits. So there's a big jump of 3 credits required in that. So we had a good proposal that made it a more smooth gradation. So that's what's in the draft that the tag is and the MVPE have approved. So that actually reduces the number of credits required for homes between 1,500 and 2,500 square feet, and then increases gradually every 250 square feet. There's another half credit or 0 or a half credit going all the way up. And then the proposal has some more nuance to it as well. The updated fenestration U value went from 0.28 to 0.27. The tag felt that the market was ready for that. I'm going to go, so the U value of walls is now aligned with the R value of walls. So in theory, R value is 1 over U value and U value is 1 over R value. They describe the insulation quality of an assembly like a wall. At the end of the last cycle, at the last minute, the council modified the U value to not match the R value. But the modeling last cycle that was done to show how far we got on the progress of the code included that U value improvement that was rolled back at the last second. There was also something that was rolled back at the last second about 3.0 ACH, the air tightness testing requirement for buildings. So both were weakened in the final vote by the council last cycle, and yet both were included in the modeling that showed our progress. So this cycle, the tag and the MVPE voted to have the U value match the R value and go to 3 ACH in terms of air tightness. Ducts in conditioned space got a lot of discussion, and a final version of a modified proposal was approved by the tag and MVPE, requiring energy recovery ventilation, HRV or ERV, is now required in Zone 5B, which is Eastern Washington. You also get credit for it, so it's not something, it's just a required credit. So you get your credits for it under R406, but you're also required to do it. And that was voted for by the tag because it makes so much sense in Eastern Washington, especially to get waste heat out of your exhausted heat in the winter and waste coolth out of your exhausted coolth in the summer. There's also an electric readiness proposal that was approved. So there were only 2 that received less than a 2/3 majority. One of them is fairly minor, which is removing the solar ready requirements from the CD's electrical inspection. And that's because, if I'm paraphrasing the tag, it's because the electrical inspection is done by others, and so it didn't make sense to have in the energy code. It should be in other codes. The other contentious one was, and that passed 8-7. The other contentious was 019, which is AC to heat pump. So similar to the commercial tag, there's a proposal for existing buildings to, if they're replacing their AC in a central system, they can do one of a couple of things. All AC units are heat pumps already, and there are only minimal differences between a purely AC unit and a heat pump that provides heating and cooling. So you can replace your AC with a heat pump that also provides the first bit of heating, or you can do some duct sealing instead of doing that. And that was approved. It passed 7-4. with 5 abstentions, so less than a 2/3 majority. And by the way, the 2/3 majority, there's no magic number there. I'm just using that as a not arbitrary, but a dividing line between what was, really contentious and what was, largely the tag was in favor of. The MVPE approved several minor modifications and a few more substantial, so I'll go through those really briefly. 048, there was a small change in the residential definition to make it clear. There was an extraneous sentence that needed to be stricken. It didn't need to be there and didn't make sense. 018, electrical readiness, there was some updated requirements. 019, AC to heat pump, there was a slightly different sizing put in there. And the update is cleaner language. It was passed by the MVPE. All of these were passed by the MVPE. There was and a lot of these are things that the tag kind of saw as like, oh, we should do that, but we don't have time to do that in the tag process. So one of them was for the ERI pathway, requires HERS raters to be in good standing. That was an update to the ERI pathway. There was an update to the standard for gas-fired heat pumps that was approved by the MVPE. There was a for the UA trade-off where one can trade off slightly better windows for slightly worse walls or ceiling insulation or something, the UA trade-off. It was introduced in the 2024 IECC. There was a new calculation and the tag adopted that new calculation in the integrated draft. So that's before we get proposals, they adopted that. But later, I and others on the tag realized that it omitted the new calculation in the IECC, omitted the 15% baseline requirement for glazing. So essentially, the UA trade-off could have an unlimited amount of glazing if we didn't put that back in the code. So the MVPE put that backstop for 15% baseline glazing into the IECC 2024 calculation. And that was, in my opinion, oversight of when we did the integrated draft process. We adopted a new, instead of a long calculation, we adopted a shorter calculation, but it omitted that one piece. It's been in the Washington Code for quite a while, the 15% backstop, and it would be a big rollback if we didn't include it. And then we approved, the MVPE committee approved a 035, an increase in the allowable credits for PV and battery storage. So previously, the tag had voted to increase the number of credits for PV from 4.5 to 5 allowable credits. And towards the end of the tag process, some people had an idea to include battery storage in there as a grid friendliness item. And so that was proposed for the first time at the MVPE committee. And it would allow, for smaller homes, it would allow some battery storage to count along with PV or renewable energy on site. As you get larger, it actually increases the total number of credits you can get from the PV/battery credit. I personally disagree with the proposal and spoke against it, but the MVPE committee passed it. So that is part of the package that we see today. So again, there were only only two proposals that received less than 2/3 majority. And I think passing this out to public comment would be the right thing to do, and having hearings and that kind of thing.
Very good. Thank you for the summary, Chell. Is there any questions about this? Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Cheryl, thanks for all of the work that you and other committee members and tag members have done on this. Question about the solar ready planning requirement. You indicated that belongs in another code. I don't know if that's electrical code or building code that probably should go to. My question is really just, is there coordination so that that requirement isn't eliminated, it's just moved? Is that being added in another place in the 2024 code update cycle?
It's a good question. So didn't remove any requirements. I would have to open 018, or sorry, not 018, 023. I would have to review it again. My understanding from the tag discussion was that it is already required by the codes. You're already going to get an electrical inspection. And so it wasn't needed additionally in the energy code. And it doesn't functionally change how the code is the resulting building. It doesn't functionally change the resulting building. It only is a process question. But I would need to open that up to go through that.
And then to the process question, Dustin, I'm wondering if you could talk about when we might be doing correlation that would also try to make sure we're synchronizing this. Is that something in the process that happens later?
Yes, it'll happen a little bit later. As we move through this one and go out to public comment with this one for the energy code, part of that process will yield some correlation topics, but we are also going to be having a correlation group that meets as a group within the SBCC that is composed of just the tag chairs. And so if there's an item that needs to be correlated in other codes, we'll be doing it via that mechanism.
Thank you. Representative Rommel.
That's super helpful. Appreciate that. Second question, if I could, just similar to the commercial codes, Joe, are you able to talk a little bit about the processes PNNL evaluating this update similarly?
PNNL, it provided numbers for the ERI pathway that will align with the progress to date, or the progress on the path to the 2031 RCW targets. The prescriptive R406 path, we used some modeling that had been done by for the ERI path to assess how many additional credits were needed to get us on the trajectory, to keep us on the trajectory for the 70% reduction by 2031. And that math was done. And it was there was a proposal by Dwayne that has a diagram of how that works. And I think there's one by Patrick Hanks that shows how that works. And even while decreasing the number of credits for smaller homes, we made up for it with the larger homes, 3,500 square feet, 4,000, 5,000 square feet, that will get more credits, that will keep us on the path to the 2031 targets. So PNNL is not doing modeling for that. Ecotope is not doing modeling for that, but we were using the past modeling of Ecotope and then correlating with that with some numbers that we got for the ERI path by PNNL to assess how many credits are necessary, how many additional credits are necessary. And just to be frank, if you take the medium home, the old medium home, and you add 1 credit per cycle, we will get to the 2031 targets. So that's about an average of what has been added in this. And there are a few prescriptive improvements this time. And then we're requiring more credits for especially the medium and larger homes.
Okay, we have a couple of hands raised for public comment. Ann Anderson, please go ahead.
Yes, hello. I served on the residential energy tag, and I would like to speak against including the first item listed in the Group 2 code change petitions. This item was added at last week's MVPE committee by Chell and was not submitted according to the rules. Reinstating the UA alternate pathway 15% cap on window glazing formula is a substantial change to what was in the integrated draft. The draft, which includes the model code standard UA calculation, was approved in the TAG process, and that is how it should stay. It doesn't matter that Chell thinks that it was an oversight and that the TAG committee would not have wanted to change this formula had he brought it to their attention. The fact is that this is an amendment to the draft, and Chell didn't follow the procedure to submit it as an amendment. It was not submitted by the deadline established in RCW 19.27032 and this council. Also, it is not complete in that it doesn't include a detailed economic analysis of impact as required by Washington Administrative Code 51.04025, nor does it meet the requirements specified on the submittal form as per RCW 19.27032, Section 2. Therefore, pursuant to Washington Administration Code 51.04025, Section 2, the proposal should be, quote, deemed incomplete and shall not move forward, quote, end quote. So I encourage this council to follow the rules established for statewide amendments to the building code and strike this item from the residential energy code change petitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Gregory, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to speak on proposal 15. So proposal 15, that one solved one problem but created another problem. So according to RCW 19.27a.020, which requires to take into account regional climate conditions, that one solved that issue. However, it created a pretty blatant EPCA violation, a new one. So EPCA requires that credits be tied to a one-for-one equivalency of usage. The problem is that it's blatantly not tied to one-for-one. So essentially, if you put in a heat pump with an 80% natural gas supplemental heat, you would get 1.5 credits. If you move that up to a same heat pump, same controls, up to a 95% efficient, you get 2 credits. So basically a 0.5 credit increase. If you moved it up to a electric resistance supplemental heat, which according to the council's direction would be for site energy would be 100% efficient, that gives you 3 credits. So basically you're getting 0.5 credit from going from 80% to 95% efficient, but you're getting a full credit from going from 95% to 100% efficient. It's blatantly obvious that you save way more energy going from 80 to 95% efficiency than you do going from 95 to 100%. And we're talking about the exact same heat pump with the exact same controls. And so that is a major breaking of the one-for-one equivalency on energy basis. You guys have 4 ways that you could possibly solve it. Option 1 would be basically increase credit option 3.2 from 0.5 credits to 1.5 credits for the, and that's for the 95% efficient. So then that would give parity. Your second option to fix it would be increasing the credits obtained by system type 2 to 2.5 credits. That means a combination of system type 2 plus the option 3.2, they could get the same parity between for efficiency. Your third option is you could just include 95% efficient gas supplemental being allowed in system type 4, or you could take some language or try to rewrite the definitions of those system types. So those are one of your 4 options to solve it, but I mean, that's created a big EPCA issue.
Thank you for those comments. Okay, Michelle, go ahead.
I mean to just mention a few things. For the 15%, it's from the prior Washington code, and I coordinated with staff on when this should be brought up, when it could be brought up, and was advised that the MVPE was the right time to bring it up. It's from the existing Washington code. Holdovers from the existing Washington code are not required to have cost-benefit analysis. For what Greg talked about 015, Greg is offering a legal opinion. I think the council has our own legal that can advise us on any issues. The TAG approved it just with testimony in directions. It was a 2/3 approved, so it wasn't the tag didn't feel it was particularly contentious. So those are my immediate responses.
Okay, is there any other council discussion or questions? Our action today would be to direct staff to prepare a CR 102 and release these energy code recommendations for public comment.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Katie.
Okay, it's been moved by Chell and seconded by Katie to direct staff to prepare a CR 102 to release residential energy code recommendations for public comment. Is there any discussion? Tom, go ahead.
Since there were a couple of legal questions brought up, would it be appropriate to get advice at this time on those, or should we wait for it to happen during public comment?
Well, Tom, I'm happy to jump in. I can assure you that we're not in a position right now to offer any deep dive EPCA related thoughts or advice. It's a complicated issue. We're hearing about it through this process. It's kind of still an incipient question in some respects because we don't know what you're going to be hearing from the public. I'm assuming Greg Johnson's concerns will be brought to the attention of the council through the rulemaking process. Take those concerns very seriously, and we would review them when they come in. I can't opine on EPCA matters at this meeting. As far as the process goes that Chell was referring to, I'd be happy to take a look at that from my understanding, and it takes a little bit of grain of salt because I haven't done a deep dive in it, but from my understanding, I don't understand that what Chell would have offered before the committee was a proposed statewide amendment. So I'm not seeing where there could have potentially be a process concern with it. That said, certainly would encourage folks who are concerned about the process to bring those concerns to the attention of the council to the rulemaking process. And if there are legal questions that arise, we will work with the council to help work through those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, Dirk said a lot of what I was going to say. I do think the question of what the ability that the standing committees have to update and modify proposals was part of the most recent RCW, I believe. I don't have it on the top of my desk. I think, I would like to look at it too and consider, well, was there an issue? However, I completely agree with Dirk. Moving these proposals into CR 102 so we can get public comment. If you think that there was a procedural issue, then bring it up as public comment and we can address that and dig into it and have the time to consider it. So I certainly wouldn't want to hold these proposals up at this point until I personally can dig into the change that happened at the standing committee. So.
Thank you, Roger. Any other comments by council members? Okay, the motion on the table is to direct staff to file a CR 102 and release these for public comments. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. And Greg, your comments on different options on that are things that I think would be of value during the public comment process. And I would encourage you to formally offer those comments as that window opens. Thank you. Next on our agenda is a recommendation from the BFRDW committee on EV charging infrastructure. Again, this would be something we'd be releasing for public comments. I'd like to hand it over to Roger to introduce this topic.
Thank you, Jay. I did want to briefly remind everybody that the building code proposals, similar to what we just saw in the energy code, was approved conditionally, and oh boy, I was going to have the date in front of me, but I don't. I think it was the February 6th meeting. If I may be wrong about the date, but I think on February 6th, the full council approved the same list of changes for the building code, with the caveat that we would send, that the BFRW would allow for additional comment and coordination on those proposals that needed it. And so there were three primary proposals that we did address. I'm going to find the third one here. There was a damper question that came up. It was 24 GP1 115. And that work was done. There was a whole lot of coordination done. And at our last meeting, the full council approved that proposal to move into CR 102. So there are two remaining proposals for us to work on. That's just the EV charging and the embodied carbon. Specific to the EV charging, which you see in front of you, the BFRW committee considered there were two proposals related to EV charging. And actually, there were three proposals. We considered all three proposals, and basically to consolidate our work, the BFRW denied those three. So I think that the motion that will have to have before us is for the council to officially deny those three, and then vote up or down on the BFRW version. So this BFRW version basically incorporates all of the work we did. The proposals are very similar. A lot of them, they basically requested modifications to table 429.2. Maybe if you page down, Dustin, so they can see the modified table 429.2. The big question that came to us are the all other group R occupancies, requesting to change either the EV ready spaces or the EV capable spaces up or down. There were proposals to do both. But in addition, there's a whole lot of conversation about, even amongst the BFRW committee, what's the definition of EV charging, EV ready, EV capable? It was not clear to us as we worked through it. As we looked at the definitions, both that were already included in the code as well as other definitions, there's a lot of conversations about what is the right definition of those. So eventually, there are three main topics that came out of this, and I will say there was at one point this proposal was that there's a larger change, and then after consideration, we kind of came back to what this code change proposal was. This is a Washington State code change proposal that is currently in the code, and so there are three main areas that we ended up addressing. Number one is the definitions, and if you go back up, there's a whole lot of clarity and updating of the definitions. What we ended up with, and there is also back and forth about, is this the right definition or not? Eventually, the definitions that are in this proposal are aligned better with the I codes in general. There is a appendix to the IECC, International Existing Building
Energy Conservation Code.
Thank you. That also has some definitions, but we went back and forth between a number of definitions. There's an NECC document that also has some definitions. We felt that aligning, because this is in the IBC, code amendment that it was best to have our definitions align with more generally with the I codes. So that's what we have here. The resulting definitions are clarify the EV charger, EV ready, and EV capable. So there's more clear, hopefully, we believe, more clear definition of what those are. And we also amended the EV capable. So really the only change is the EV capable includes raceway and conduit, but not the wire. So right now, I believe the wire is included in the EV ready, and we're suggesting that you don't have to include the wire, just the conduit. The percentages, this is also a really big topic of discussion. So the percentages in table 429.2 for all other group R occupancies were what was modified. There was talking about modifying some of the other ones as well, but in the end, we basically just changed the EV ready and EV capable. So EV ready, we're switching from 25% backing down to only 10%, but we are increasing the EV capable up to 40%, and we have a rationale, which I will show you here in a minute. Again, a ton of discussion about what was correct, what direction we should go. Ultimately, the BFRW committee used the Northwest Power and Conservation Council's projections for EV stock. And Dustin, if you can go down to the bottom. So this information is attached as an addendum to this proposal. So these two tables are from the Northwest Power Council's projections, and we use the lower one. So the upper one is the EV sales. The lower table is the EV stock. So all of the EV cars, estimating all of the EV cars on the road. So those were the numbers that we decided was the best for us to use. And it was kind of suggested that future codes, not required, not included in any official language, but the RCW requires that the code support, and this is in quotes, RCW 1927-540. I think it's section 4. I'd have to double check that. But in quotes, supports the anticipated levels of zero emission vehicle use. 3A, yeah, there it is. How that is, us as a building code council, how do we, what do we use to estimate the future vehicle requirements? So we felt like, because the Northwest Power Council basically does this and they update their projections every 5 years, we felt like that this was the best information for us as a council to use to do those projections. So then down on going back to the table, the table, that table, thank you very much. So the EV charging remains at 10%. So what we looked at was, all right, so what levels of these for each do we want to have? The EV charging is required at 10% by the RCW. So we can't really change the first column. That has, well, we could increase it, but there has to be a minimum of 10%. So again, 10% for EV charging, 10% for EV ready, and 40% for EV capable. They are additive. So there are a total of 60% of the spaces that are being considered at this point. When you go down to then for the EV ready, and if you can, Dustin, go back to the table below, EV ready percentages were based on a 5-year projection. The thinking being that owners are going to be capitalizing the costs of the EV ready, and a cost basis of 5 years, loans, commercial loans, that type of thing kind of made sense. The 5-year basis also corresponds to kind of the 5-year 3-year code cycle and 5-year power plan. So that's why we chose, if you look at 2030 is 19.4%. So we said that between EV ready and EV capable, you should be at 20%. Then the addition of EV capable spaces, what we did is we looked at the year 2045, and the thinking for that was that's EV stock in 20 years. The capitalization from the development side, just putting conduit in is the least expensive part of doing that, but it does allow for the spaces to be modified easily in the future to run wire and install the install the equipment. This also aligns kind of loosely with what you start talking about growth management acts, updating the GMAs, that kind of stuff is really projecting out more than that. Who knows? So that is what the numbers are based upon, is in 2020, 2030, that accommodating 20% in 2030 by either EV or EV ready. And then also accommodating a 60% by 2045 through the addition of the EV capable. So we feel like we've aligned pretty well with this table. And again, we kind of agreed that this was the right table. There is a third issue related to the whole proposal. And actually, Dustin, I'm not exactly sure where the required versus provided is. We have to go back and but anyway, in this proposal, there was a lot of discussion about changing the word that are the spaces required to the spaces provided. Yeah, there you can see it. At least I see it on the bottom there. And it is there is some challenge to really figuring out what was meant here. The committee reviewed the RCW language. We also heard from members of the committee and the public. The dilemma is around that the building code never requires any parking. That is something that comes through the zoning code. So having something in the building code that is based on the zoning code is difficult, if not a no-no. However, and some cities have actually gone in their zoning codes to not requiring any parking. City of Spokane, and I think that there's one on the east side. I don't know if
Bothell.
What is it?
Bothell did.
Bothell, yeah. It now is not requiring any parking. So does that mean that any parking they provide would have no EV ready spaces? And we didn't think that that was the intent of the legislation. At the same time, there is a situation where there is a minimum number of spaces required by code, zoning code, and the owner or developer provides more than that. And should the percentages be on the larger of those spaces provided? At the end of the day, we recognize that there was some incongruity there, some challenges. As a committee, we felt like the changing it to provided more accurately aligned with the legislation, number one. And we also know that recognize, encourage comments from the public during the CR 102 process. So, it is a question issue. We felt like we resolved it to the best we could, open to additional public comment during CR 102, and see if there's a reasonable modification that we can resolve that issue during the CR 102 process. We could look at that. So I think that is my introduction. There are a few people here. I know, Angela, you were deeply involved in it. Tom, you were on it. So anything you want to add? But I think that's a summary of again, this is one that I actually would like to recognize. I'm blanking on Patrick's name. Patrick with BIW is very, very helpful, and we work through very closely with Patrick. There was a lot of discussion, I think, on this issue. It was I don't know when we made the initial code changes, trying to incorporate the RCW language. We think that this is a much better cleaned up version that we hope is more usable and user friendly. So with that,
Okay.
I will.
Great, thank you for that summary, Roger. The way that I'm going to proceed with this is first questions of council members about the proposal, public comment, and then we can have a discussion among the council on this. Also, let the record show that Todd Bayweather has joined the meeting. We'll start with Representative Schmidt.
Yeah, so my question, I'm looking at this exception right here when it says the exception for charging infrastructure is not required if any of the following conditions are met and there is no public utility or commercial power supply. So does that mean, excuse me, rural areas, or does that mean that there's not what I want to say, enough power supply in that particular area? And how are we judging that? And I guess what I'm saying is that as we put these additional charging stations in, how are we measuring whether or not there is enough power on the grid to meet that demand for the EV parking spot, and keep as well as the building in which this parking lot is available for?
Roger, do you want to respond to that if that was covered in your discussion?
My response is going to be, we didn't change it, so that is how it is currently, number one. And then I would actually, if Todd was much more of the driver than I was on working through this particular issue, if Todd and or Angela knows as like, how are you as a code official, how are you reviewing this, I would ask for their thoughts. But and again, we went through a lot of this, changing the exceptions, making major modifications. We went back to just changing the definitions and the percentages with only minor, really the rest of the red is just that we changed the definition. So we moved back to fewer changes to the current amendment rather than more.
Okay. Todd, do you want to respond?
Angela has her hand up. Maybe you want to go first, and I'm happy to fill in. Yeah.
Please, Angela, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, as far as, existing enforcement and things, when you're in any type of city or, regular area, you're already going to have lights and things, which means that you've got power. This is going to be talking about areas where there's a parking lot, but you're not going to make them specifically run power to it just for the charging stations. If they don't already have lights, basically, or things like that, then it's just, a dark parking lot and with no chargers. So it is more of like a rural area, that's the only places you're going to have not a public utility. But you're not going to make them go out of their way to supply power to a flat lot just for these spaces. I mean, it's just kind of, as far as regulating it, it's kind of, it's obvious when it happens.
Okay.
Thank you. Todd, do you have more on this, or do you have a different comment?
On this, just quick 20 seconds. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Schmidt. This issue, there was a desire for all stakeholders to talk more about this issue. So, and we try to do our best to really dig deep on this. So, and I think as Roger correctly stated, ultimately we decided this was out of scope of what the petition was, but there's clearly a desire to keep talking about this with the legislature. So, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Representative Schmidt, does that cover your question? Or do you have others?
That does. I think that covers it as far as the no public utilities or commercial power supply. I'm just, again, like when we're increasing the percentage of EV charging stations in a parking lot, and we're doing, so in the 15-year span, we go from 20% to 60%. But I don't see where we're addressing whether or not there is additional power production. So I get that utilities would be in that area and that we would be powered for that, but are we powered excuse me, but are we measuring that as we move forward? Are we measuring that based on the power that is available on the grid that can be transmitted? Or are we putting stress on the buildings and the apartment, the office buildings, apartment buildings? Are we putting stress on them in order to provide the EV parking spots?
Jay, if I may, that is
Please.
actually, Representative Schmidt, why we thought that the Northwest, oh dang, what is it called? Northwest Power Council was the right projection to look at, because they are already looking at how much power do we need by 2024.
Okay.
That was it's why we chose that as kind of the best information for us to use to do these projections.
And when you're looking at how much power, I'm just curious, and I'm just asking this, and I know we can move on here, but when you're looking at how much power we need by 2045, are we also looking at, do we have the capability to produce that power?
And again, I think that is the question that the Northwest Power Council, that's why they do the projections, and then they figure out how can we do it. And
Okay.
Okay, Scott, go ahead.
Thanks. So I just want to start by saying that I'm a big advocate of EV vehicles, and we bought our first EV in 2013, and we have one today. So I am an advocate of that. I also have seen how this has impacted development, and in providing capability or pathway on projects is a significant cost with no guaranteed benefit, right? Like there's no guarantee that that those are going to be utilized at any future point, right? Like the developer or the owner of the building doesn't have to run conductor and put in charging stations, and there's no guarantee that people are going to use those charging stations. For us, I in all of those years have never charged, well, actually twice charged outside of my own home, right? And I know that is not for folks that live in apartments, that's they need that capability. So I think that I struggle a little bit with. I see how you balance on the Group R, how you balance that, and I think that's a fair sort of changing of that from ready to capable. But I think what Suzanne was saying is exactly true. There is a capacity issue that is unsolved, right? Like there's literally no plans for additional power, and there's all these demands. You've got the data center demands, and now we're adding EV demands for something that is really highly speculative, that we're going to be using EVs in 20 years, right? Or 15 years. Like there could be an alternate source at some point. So I know that there's a sort of this minimum mandate of 10%, which we're sort of forced to accommodate, and there's not really any change in that. I'm questioning whether we should be increasing, I guess, on Group R, although I appreciate how you've tried to balance it. Really the capability for something that may or may not happen, and that we may not even have the infrastructure. And there's also the on the front end, if you're going to put in an additional, like say 40% of capability, but you don't have well, actually this requires it. You basically have to provide the panels, and the basically you have to size the service to basically handle this capacity, right? So you're really demanding capacity for something from the utility and from the developer in the initial cost for something that may or may not even happen or be utilized. So yeah, this is a hard one for me.
So
And
Scott,
I would note, this is a great discussion. I would note that the action before us today is to release this for public comment. And so a lot of these are great things that I think we will hear more details for if we do chose to take action today.
yeah.
Thank you,
If I
Scott.
could, if I could, Jay, respond to
Please.
Scott, a couple things, and I agree. I mean, let's help educate people, but ultimately, then this is public comment that we can talk about. At the bottom of the proposal, there is a sensitivity analysis where we tried to. I will give Todd the credit. Todd went through this to try to recognize that we don't know what exactly the costs are, but the EV and the EV ready are certainly more expensive than just the EV capable. And in fact, I think that we clarified the EV capable as you're just running conduit. There is some things that you need to have space available, but it doesn't say where you have to have space. So the real cost and upfront cost for development is the EV and EV ready, where yes, you have to have the equipment. That's why we reduced that. So it was what, I'm not looking at it right now, 35%. It was 10 plus 25 in the old code. So it's 35%. We actually have dropped that down to just 20%. Needs to have the full, sizing of the equipment. So we think we have actually reduced the cost in this, and we've met the criteria of we've been tasked by the legislature to project and provide enough EV for that projection. So we felt like it was a really good balance of looking at the upfront costs by reducing the EV ready while meeting the requirements long term.
Okay. Scott, do you have anything else? Your hand is still up. Okay, thank you. Representative Randall.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of points and comments in response to some of this discussion. First, Roger, just wanted to flag, I think it's consistent with the approach that you've outlined, but since you mentioned the minimum parking requirements and local governments, just wanted to make sure it was on your radar that the legislature this last year passed a bill that prohibits cities and counties from having parking minimums. And I think that extends to all cities and counties above, I want to say 10,000 people, but double check me on that. So I think it is it will be more common than not in the future that there are no parking minimums in zoning codes. I think that's consistent with the approach that you've taken, but just wanted to make sure that was part of the discussion. Second, I did just want to respond on the electricity supply question. I kind of think it's a bit beyond the purview of the Code Council to spend too much time worrying about where's the electricity coming from and what does that supply look like. But it has been raised, and so it's worth just mentioning a couple of points. One, I think what we're talking about here is charging capacity for vehicles that we predict and anticipate are already coming. The market is clearly moving in this direction. There is a statewide requirement that goes into effect. And as we're sort of following the California vehicle standard, zero emission vehicle standards. So that is really already coming. And what we're talking about here is not whether or not those vehicles will charge, but whether it's accessible and convenient to be able to charge them in more places. That electricity draw is going to happen. Second thing I just wanted to flag is because we talked about whether or not there will be electricity production pending in the future, just kind of maybe correcting the record a little bit. My last conversation with Bonneville Power on this topic, my understanding is that there is an interconnection queue of 20 some gigawatts of proposed projects that would nearly double Washington State's production capacity. that queue is not about whether or not they can get permitted, but whether or not we can build the electricity transmission. Transmission is the barrier more than the production. So we do have good legislation that Senator Shoemake introduced, came out from the Senate last year. Rep. Schmidt, hope that when we're voting on that in the next legislative session, that you'll be supportive, because that is the barrier to solving the problem that you're raising. Check.
Thank you. Chell, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Utilities get paid a lot of money to figure out power supply. We don't get paid any money to figure it out for them. EVs are coming. I think the question, to add on to what Representative Remmel was saying, is the question is about intentionality of distributing these things or not. And I think planning for things is better than not planning for things. My mom lives in a condo, in a 16-unit condo, and she struggles to charge her EV in her building because it was not planned for having EV charging within there. I think also when we talk about cost, we need to talk about first cost and cost of ownership and cost of operating. EVs cost a lot less to operate. So installing EV chargers when buildings are constructed increases the first cost, but it can reduce the operational cost for all the people in there. Just like a lot of the energy code things might slightly increase the first cost. Sometimes they don't, but can reduce the operational cost of things as well. So we're not just interested in getting people into a home. We're also interested in keeping them in a home by reducing operational cost. Thank you.
Thank you. And note for the record to Chell's comments, none of the SBCC members nor TAG members are paid at all. So Ty, go ahead, or Alex, or I'm sorry, Representative Remmel, do you have a response to that, or will you have a follow-up comment?
Oh, sorry, vestigial hand raised.
Okay, thank you. Ty, go ahead.
Okay, my comments were pretty much just covered. I just want to say, number one, when it was stated that there's no plan whatsoever, my region is regarding the grid. My region is served by Puget Sound Energy. I've had half a dozen or more presentations, conversations with them. There very much are plans to address the projections. So I just push back on that. And then the idea of the spaces could be built and not utilized. I mean, it's chicken or egg. I mean, Chell just kind of hit on that, but it's like, I live in it, I own an EV, I live in a single family residence. If I were renting, and it's not going to work, as Scott said, it's not going to work unless you can charge at home in your residence, period. Like, that's how it works. That's why he's been able to easily have one since 2010 or whatever he said. That's how I'm able to have an EV. Would not have one if I couldn't do it in my residence. So, if you live in an apartment and you're choosing what car to buy, your choices are going to be affected by that. So it's kind of backwards way to look at it, to say, well, we might build these and they won't be used. Like, they have to be there, availability to have equal playing field for the consumer choices that we need to be made. So that's, to me, a more important consideration.
Thank you, Scott. Go ahead.
Well, I guess in response to Ty, his comment is yes, but why are we mandating that developers or building owners install them? And I guess if there's a market for it, then the market should drive that behavior. It shouldn't be mandated through a code change, right? If people are buying EVs and they're living in apartments, and then there's going to be a market for charging capacity there, so that buildings with charging capacity are going to attract people more, right? I guess that's where I'm going, is let the market drive it.
Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, this just kind of is an ancillary note going back to the power grid thing. There is, just for people's information, an Advanced Power Grid Institute day on August 20th in the Tri-Cities. So anybody who might be interested could look that up. It's hosted by WSU and others. So. Should be
Thank you.
interesting.
Okay. I'm going to jump to Katie since she hasn't spoken yet. Katie, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just going to say, I appreciate the market. I do think that we're future casting. And as somebody said, I can't remember who, EVs are here. This is, I mean, these are the types, this is the conversation that we are going to have. And I just would remind everybody, like the BFRW committee worked really hard on this together. And I think that, I mean, Roger, we passed it unanimously. And I think that with a lot of support from the public comment in those committee meetings, including from Patrick Hanks, and like it was a really collaborative process. I was like, wow, it's working. Collaboration works. And I think that people, we had a lot of these same conversations at the committee and I'm assuming at the TAG, although I didn't sit in on those. So I think that this is ready to move on to further public comment at the TAG. And because we had 3 other proposals, this is sort of a conglomeration of all of them. And they came from diverse sources. So I just remind everybody that these conversations have been had. They need to keep going. And I think that we could move this to the next level.
Okay.
Thanks.
Roger, if you will hold on for a second, I am going to take some public comment and then we can continue the discussion among the council members. Patrick Hanks, please go ahead. Patrick, I'm not hearing you. If you are speaking, you may be double muted. Is anybody else hearing Patrick?
No, sir.
Nope. Patrick, while we're not hearing you right now, I'm going to move to Greg Johnson and hopefully we can hear you if we work through technical issues. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, I was not part of the BFRW or any of this, but as I review this, I want to say good job to Todd and Breather and the BFRW. It looks like you guys did a good job, and considering also that you have constraints on the statutes that you have to play within. So my comment more would be towards the legislature folks who are in here, is if you wanted to improve things in the future, the key thing would be actually reducing the peak load, not so much the ability to charge, but just the reducing the peak load. And one of the key things that would be improving that would be reducing the 40 amp requirement to 20 amps, merely because someone who's living in an apartment complex, they don't necessarily need to recharge their car from 0 to 100% in 2 to 3 hours. Usually when they come home, their car's already like maybe 80% charge, and they can leave it overnight and let it charge 8 hours. I mean, less than 8 hours, they can get a full charge and they'd be totally fine. And that would greatly reduce the peak loading on the infrastructure. It would reduce oversized transformers on site, which oversized transformers have a lot of losses because they just sit there, you energize the core and they just sit there and lost. So, I mean, that would require a change in statute. Maybe if you had like a few 40 amp full chargers, but then also have majority just be 20 amp, that would meet most people in apartment complexes needs. And also Vista has a lot of research on this. We run our own EV program, and there's reports that if you guys want to see how people are actually using them and what's going on, I'd be happy to forward that to anyone. So anyways, just wanted to speak up in support of the changes you made now and just advocate for maybe legislatures to look at making some changes that would open up the possibility for SBCC to make some improvements in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Patrick, let's try again here.
Awesome. Can you hear me now?
We can. Please go ahead.
All right. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Yeah, Patrick Hanks from the Building Industry Association of Washington here. And first, I wasn't able to participate on Zoom earlier. I just wanted to welcome Tom and Scott to the council. Glad to have them on board. Yeah, I've been working on EV charging for almost a year now, and I really want to say thanks to the committee and especially to Chair Byruther for listening to stakeholder feedback on this and going in deeper and trying to find ways to both meet and exceed the law and how it requires, but also look for ways to lower the cost burden for housing affordability. And I think we have found a way to do that. One way that I think Roger talked about that quite a bit, and there's been discussion on that. But one thing that I don't think's been brought up yet is one thing that this proposal does is it's removing EV capable from the sizing requirements for the electrical panels. So even though it's going up quite a bit percentage wise, that cost is pretty much just going to be for the parking lot and the conduit. But in terms of the most expensive cost, which is often the panel sizing and the electrical load, that's going to go down to just the 10% for the charging stations and the 10% for EV ready. And I think even since we passed this, there's been tariffs introduced on copper, which is probably going to raise the cost even more than what we were looking at before. So just want to say thanks again to Chair Byruther and the committee, and encourage the council to move this forward to CR 102. Thank you.
Thank you. Ross Freeman, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. This is Ross Freeman, EV Program Manager representing King County's Executive Climate Office. We've been involved in this process for about the last 10 months, I guess, starting at the tag and moving on to BFRW. We definitely appreciate the effort to clarify the definitions related to this topic, but King County doesn't support the proposal as written, and we don't recommend that it's ready for public comment. Sort of building off the chicken and the egg statement earlier, despite the increase in EV capable that's reflected here, overall, this proposal to us feels like a rollback of current requirements. It appears to be weakening the current state code really by punting more of the burden onto future generations, but by leaning on the EV capable instead of EV ready. Many other leading EV adopting jurisdictions nationwide are moving away from EV capable entirely to focus on EV installed and EV ready. And we're just wondering, why would Washington intentionally move backwards this way? By lowering the EV ready requirement from 25% to 10%, it just looks like a step backwards for Washington. And I recall that early on in the process, several of the TAG members even commented as such that they couldn't support what appeared to be a step backwards. And just finally, wanted to point out that the Northwest Power Planning document that is cited is based on research that's almost 5 years old now. And we understand that a refreshed version is coming in out in the next several months. And we would recommend waiting for that and referring to the state's own transportation electrification plan modeling in the meantime. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Before we continue with council comment, I have a question for staff. Could you go back to the percentage table that shows EV ready, EV capable? As we release this proposal to public comment, given what we just heard, and given that the existing standard is 25% for EV ready, what is the SBCC's flexibility coming out of public comment to change the percentages that are listed in this if we were to choose to, based on public comment received?
We would be able to change these percentages as we go to our final filing in CR 103. The requirement to do that would be that we need to provide decent rationale through there, and it might be considered a substantive change, but it wouldn't be the first time that code language has changed at final adoption in response to public comment. And so if we have good rationale and explanation that we're responding to public comment, there should not be a major issue with changing those percentages, as long as it's not a significant change in those percentages move forward.
Okay. Thank you. Todd, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ross and Kathleen Petrie from King County, and also share the thanks with all the stakeholders, including Patrick and the utilities with Greg and others. And we've had a lot of developer input, and I want to recognize that this is about right sizing to the statute, but more importantly, right sizing to the investment timeline. So I'd push back a little bit that this is moving us backwards. I think it's actually moving us forward and aligning better with both the models and allowing the flexibility. I anticipate we can and will be having this conversation every 3 years, and we just need to plan for that. And that includes in what will be our interim of the 3-year cycle, working with the legislature, because I think we want to take all this knowledge that we've gained in the last 8 months and sit down with the legislature and start to talk about opportunities to improve this even more. There's definitely a desire to do that. So speaking in support of this, and then last comment is Kathleen Petrie from King County did already raise the question of if we can get a hold of the new model from the Northwest Power and Conservation Council that is feeding into the next power plan. That's absolutely the intent and should be considered. So if we can get help with that, let's strongly consider that in the public comment process. So thank you.
Angela, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to speak in support of this table. I like the direction it went, and I don't think that it is stepping us backwards. I think it is simply moving us more towards a market-driven model, which we're projecting so far down the line. It's so many, well, if this, what if this, then this, that by putting the actual available stalls and everything at the 20% versus the 35, and then moving some of those over into the capable column, I think that makes it easier down the line. If there is the demand, then it saves on cost of actually implementing those stalls versus the comment earlier of front loading everything and then having those stalls sit as part of the time. And so I think that this is definitely, I think this is the right direction. And again, I like to see the more market-driven model of if they're required, then they can be easily implemented. Thanks.
Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to move that SBCC direct staff to move this proposal on to CR 102 for public comment.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. It's Katie.
Okay, it's been moved by Tom Handy and seconded by Katie to direct staff to file a CR 102 and move the IBC or the VFRW electric vehicle charging proposal to public comment. Is there any further discussion? Roger.
Yeah, I just was, Jay, I appreciate everybody's comments. I obviously very much support it. I thank you, Katie, for reminding me. I should have said it was unanimously approved at the BFRW. I think that's important after a whole lot of conversation. And like everybody said, it was a very collaborative with a lot of different input from a lot of different people. In fact, I think I would suggest, I've been on the council for 3 years, I would suggest the work that we did could be used as a model for how we can get the best, input from all the stakeholders and come up with a really good product, in my opinion. And then the second piece, I just wanted to respond. There are policy questions and there are technical questions. And some of the policy questions have come up. The electric grid, is adoption happening is another one, we're projecting, and another one is adoption happening equally across the state. There's also, I think Representative Rammel mentioned the RCW. I don't know the number, but no fossil fuel cars are going to be sold after 2035 in the state of Washington. So those are all policy questions, which did come up in all of our discussions. At the end of the day, the BFRW committee really drilled down to, we have a technical challenge before us, and that is to meet the requirements of RCW 1927-540. And we really feel like we have done that. We don't have the purview to not do it if we don't think, we've been requested by the legislature to provide these spaces according to the formula. We think that we're doing that. So there are a lot of policy questions that I think would need to go through the legislature. Should we be doing it or not? I recognize that those are questions people have, and not everybody agrees. Those are legislative questions. We are required by the legislature to technically provide this, and I think that we have done that.
Okay. Further discussion? The motion is to direct staff to file a CR 1 and 2 and release this proposal for public comment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? Motion carries. And this will be released for public comment. I would like to call a 15-minute lunch recess and have us return for business at 12:40. Thank you.
We are back with the State Building Code Council meeting of July 25th, returning from recess. Could I get a roll call, please, to confirm that we're got members back?
Todd Byerther. Jay Arnold.
Here.
Shell Anderson.
I'm here.
Scott Bastiani.
Here.
Justin Borgo. Tom Handy.
Here.
Angela Huff. Roger Haringa.
I'm here.
Ty Minzer.
Here.
Ben Omara.
Here.
Pete Reiki.
Here.
Katie Sheehan. Dan Young.
Here.
Tom Young.
Here.
Back to the beginning, Todd Byerther. Oh, Angela Hawk.
Here.
And Katie Sheehan. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. And I have heard from Todd that he had to step out again for a alternate meeting, and he may be back for the discussion. Thank you. Our next item of business is item 10, the IBC embodied carbon proposal. And this is something that has gone through a tag and a committee process. For consideration for the council to release for public comment. Roger, can we get you to give an outline of this topic?
I can. I'll try to keep it as concise as possible, although it's complicated. So there are a number of things posted on the website. As far as on the agenda, attachments to the agenda. I think that, Dustin, I would kind of like to start with the action history, because I think I need to kind of spell out what this proposal has gone through and where we're at today. So this proposal, and I was looking at, actually, some of the dates on the proposal don't align with like the 10-3 and the original. Basically, the original proposal was dated September of 2024. The tag from November until November, I think, there was a significant amount of public input, stakeholder discussions. That's rather obvious that there is a revision for. So we went through multiple revisions, getting it to the point where the IBC tag recommended and voted unanimously to send it on up to the to the BFRW and then the State Building Code Council. That occurred, and so that's the 24 GP1 118 revision 4. That is on the web, posted on the agenda as well. BFRW committee in December forwarded that proposal on as along with the rest of the code group 1 building code change proposals to the council. And on February 6th of 25, the full council voted to approve that list with the caveat that proposals where there is additional editorial cleanup and or public input requests are received, the standing committee shall meet to allow for this additional public input work. That's read from the motion that was on the website. I went back and looked at the recording and pulled that language out. So the BFRW met several times from, I would have to go back. I appreciate actually Chell did a great job of discussing how many different meetings and the number of hours that was discussed. I could do that, but there was a significant amount of discussion about the embodied carbon proposal, certainly focused on the towards the end of the period, but there were 3 or 4 meetings here in May, June, where we talked about this proposal again. So the BFRW committee, well, let me see. So the proposal was discussed at several meetings with input being received from the public. The input range from support of the proposal as it exists to minor edits and tweaks to language, all the way to complete denial of the whole proposal. At the June 25th BFRW committee meeting, the committee voted 3-2 to recommend to the council that the proposal not move forward with any of the various options. And I am going to paraphrase here that the reasoning behind it not moving forward is that it was not ready to be published as an appendix to the code. I'll allow others who made the motion to expand on that and the reasoning for that recommendation. So the council needs to make a final decision on what, if any, proposals would move into CR 102. And I say what, if any. You can see a couple of options down there on this chart. The R4 plus the Northwest Concrete Masonry Association, they added some edits. The R4 whole building LCA pathway, that was, again, there were multiple versions that were considered. Eventually the BFRW suggested that it not move forward. So we've kind of set those aside. I did want to clarify for everybody what got posted. So there are 3 versions that are up on the posted as part of the agenda or attached to the agenda. There is the 24 GP1 118 revision 4. That is the version that came out of the tag originally. So that's kind of going back to the original version. There is I don't have the 24 GP1 118 revision 4 BFRW that got posted. That one, I can paraphrase it in that it was an attempt to basically get rid of the compliance pathway, I believe. So that is an option where there was the whole building LCA option and the building reuse, and that was it. And then there is a 3rd version, which takes the 24 GP1 118 BFRW with some edits from Chell Anderson, which is meant to be more closely aligned with just taking the material pathway out. So What I would ask to do quickly, and again, I'm assuming that some of the council members are not very familiar with it. What I would like to do is, if Dustin, if you can pull up the 24 GP1 118 revision 4, so the version that came out of the tag. What I want to do is just page through a general understanding, not get into any code language, but so that the council members have a clear understanding of what the original proposal was. It is proposed as an appendix. So a reminder, an appendix is not a statewide requirement. It allows for municipalities to adopt the appendix. So I'll keep my editorial comments out of it and just try to present exactly what's there. It is an appendix. There's a general statement. There are some definitions and a lot of discussion about it. Are these definitions correct or not? Should they be tweaked? That was a whole lot of the language that was discussed. 103.1 and 103.2. So basically 103 is how you calculate and compare the embodied carbon. 103.2 is just the embodied carbon, kind of the covered projects. 22 is documentation requirements, and then 103.3 is the product compliance pathway. So that is one pathway. It is basically showing that the products that you used in your building have a lower embodied carbon than industry averages. And again, what industry averages, what products, there's a lot of discussion. That is also the pathway that has table 103.3.1, of which there also is a whole lot of conversation. 103.4 is the full building compliance pathway. So doing a whole building LCA, that's also referred to as the life cycle of the LCA pathway. So performing the whole building LCA, and there are some requirements in there about what reductions that you would be required to make. 103.5 is a building reuse compliance pathway. The intent being that if you reuse 45% of an existing structure, and there's discussions about it, or that horizontal primary structure doesn't include enclosure, so there was conversations about that. Then there's a section on verification. So saying a design professional needs to basically stamp a statement that says we complied. And then there's a list of reference standards. So I just wanted to give a high level. That is the proposal that was proposed. From here, Jay, I really think, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I think that it is important for everybody in the meeting to understand the genesis or the motivation behind the motion to not move that forward. So I would like Angela's hands up.
Yeah.
If she could explain that a little bit, I would appreciate it.
And thank you for that. Thank you for that summary. I think also in contrast to what we were talking about in our previous agenda item, where there was a single option that we're putting forward for public comment, you mentioned plural in this a number of times. As you were scrolling through there were some options for building size. This is one where we can and have in the past put different options out there for public comment. Angela, could you comment on the committee discussion from your standpoint?
I'm going to give it a shot. Okay.
Thank you.
So my concerns, basically, they like mostly with the product compliance pathway. There was a revision that was submitted by CLF that I don't see as one of the options, because I don't know that we as a group actually it was ever brought up or fully discussed. But their revised proposal does address some of my concerns by expanding the wood products section of the table and updating the table values to the most updated values, which was one of the items that we people were discussing back and forth and having issues with. And as far as the product expansions, it was in the original proposal, like CLTs, different wood products weren't actually included in that table as acceptable products. Let's see. Even with those changes, though, I still have concerns about challenges that were brought up that the Cal Green Code is having. One of which is, depending on the area, these requirements can tend to limit the number of competitors in the marketplace, and they also place increased costs on small businesses that may deter them from pursuing these projects. Both of these items seem like they'll drive the cost of multifamily housing up due to the loss of competitive bidding for projects. Another question is, what are the consequences of missing the embodied carbon requirements of this appendix? In the end, will materials need to be removed and replaced? That would seem to be counterproductive. What other mechanisms are there? How do you fix if you miss, if the licensed professional won't sign off on it? What happens then? Let's see. Another concern was at the last BFRW meeting that this was considered at, there was a comment about the IBC being a project-oriented code, and this appendix is a project level calculation, and that's why it belongs in the IBC. I have a concern that should it be a project level calculation or a more holistic approach, like a full carbon budget. I guess I'm just having a problem wrapping my head around how it makes sense to make it such a narrow view of the topic. And let's see. And so with all that in mind, there was a lot of talk of the 1282 work group that is actually their work is taking place right now. So from what I understand, that work group is tasked with making policy recommendations about this specific topic. Their work on that isn't scheduled to be completed until September of next year, which would be right before the 24 code actually is implemented. So I personally would feel more comfortable having the policies and reporting that are required in Section 6 of that House bill before implementing this in the IBC. If this is in fact a legislative mandate, then after the 1282 working group completes their work, this proposal can be worked on and implemented outside of the regular code adoption cycle, which would mean it doesn't have to wait until implementation of the 2027 IBC. It could be implemented shortly after the 24 code goes in with a special work group that sort of addresses the actual outcomes of the 1282 work group. So I hope that sort of made sense and I didn't jump around too much, but that was sort of my reasoning behind why I didn't think this is ready to go in, because again, it's my view that I don't think that code should just be put in just to put code in. If it's not right, it shouldn't be there. Even if it's just an appendix and it's optional, if it doesn't make sense, it still shouldn't be there. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think for me, what really clinched it was, that ongoing work of the 1282 work group. If so much more information is going to be coming out as a result of that, I think that, from my perspective, we may be a little bit, I wouldn't say ill-advised to come up with anything, but probably not as informed as perhaps we should be in order to put a body of code like this, even in an appendix. And I think that, everybody probably knows that the appendix is, on the pathway to becoming, mandatory code. So I want to make sure that as that pathway starts, that we're starting in a good position.
Okay, thank you. That kind of outlines the discussion that happened at the committee level. And to some extent the tag level. Is there, there is a alternate proposal out there that Chell, you've put out there. Do you want to talk about that as background as we get into this as well?
I can, yeah. Do you want me to do that? Representative Dewar has.
I will, there's a couple of people that had raised hands for public comment, and I will get to them after we introduce all the pieces that will be options that we're considering. Thank you.
Okay, so I have been involved in embodied carbon for quite a while, and have been working on the energy code for the last many months, and I've had very little time to engage in the BFRW committee and this proposal. I've been involved from time to time, but I am now, I was able to spend a good deal of time reviewing it and then looking at the BFRW committee discussions, reading letters, etc., and came up with a few changes that I think will address some of Angela's concerns and some of the other concerns that were brought up there. I think it was streamlined in that only new buildings and additions over 50 or 100,000 square feet are covered. Everything else is exempted. So it's clear, I think, what is covered, and there's no 45% calculation or any other calculation that one needs to do. If you're doing 50,000 square feet of new stuff, you are covered. It's only the whole building life cycle analysis pathway. I spent a long time talking to people at the Vancouver, BC, that has a very similar, it has an embodied carbon in their code, and they have only whole building life cycle analysis pathway with two sub-options, which are the two sub-options in here. One is a carbon cap, so 500 or 450 kilograms per square meter, which is translated into pounds per square feet there. And then what you see is number two, which is a relative reduction, which means you get to use your modeling tool of choice and model it and show that you are either equal to the baseline or better than the baseline building. And there's a lot of options for how you can show you're equal or better than the baseline building. As an example, we do whole building life cycle analysis on every project. It takes us between 20 and 40 hours per project to do this whole building life cycle analysis and get the information to the specs to agree with it. And that's for fairly large projects that would be covered by this. Almost all of our peers do this on many of their projects and have the capabilities to do this. There's an architecture firm of 8 in Washington that does this on every project that they do. It's not particularly expensive or onerous to do. But what this does is it gets the muscle memory into the design and construction field so that this can move forward to meet our 95% carbon reductions that the legislature has told the state to do. And we need to get serious about embodied carbon to do that, and not just on public projects as in 1282, but as on private projects as well. So we get the contractors and the muscle memory of doing these things. So there are 3 explicit methods to improve within the whole building lifecycle analysis. There's material optimization, which means I chose higher strength steel and I'm using less steel, so therefore I get credit for that. There is I lost my notes here. There's also the like-for-like material improvement. In other words, if I get slightly better concrete, I can get credit for that as well. And reuse and salvage, of course, are you also get credit for that. And there's no limitation on what you can take credit for in this. This is about getting the muscle memory of doing it. The goals are fairly modest in here. There's also a pathway for using the freeware EC3 by providing infilling with industry standard data for A4, A5, B, and C, which most of you don't know, but that allows EC3, which is a free tool, to be used to do this in addition to paid tools like Athena or Tally, or other things. And the permit requirements are much more limited in this version. This includes a whole building lifecycle analysis of the permit phase meeting the target. So that would be on the construction documents. But for the as-built condition, the only thing required is a narrative explaining why the reductions weren't achieved during construction, or you can simply use the as-built EPDs to show that you are in compliance. So that's maybe a little complicated to explain, but if so, you do your whole building life cycle analysis showing you're in compliance at permit time, you get the permit. Then when the EPDs are available after procurement, you update the whole building life cycle analysis and show that. If the updated whole building life cycle analysis does not meet the requirements, then you simply provide a narrative explaining why they don't meet the requirements. And there's an analogy with the energy code. So about a decade ago, the energy code started requiring air barrier testing for all commercial buildings. And when we were working on that bit of code, there was a lot of questioning in the industry of, well, who can do this test? How is this test done, et cetera? And what are the standards? And so for the first 2 cycles that the air barrier testing was in the code for a commercial required, you were not actually required to, you were required to test, get better at it. And if you didn't pass, you were not required to have a passing test in order to get your certificate of occupancy. And that got the contractors and the architects and the envelope consultants into the muscle memory of doing this, but without holding up a C of O or, ripping out materials and adding materials. So I think that would be adequate for this cycle, such that we can get more serious about embodied carbon in the private sector in future cycles. So that's a summary of there's a couple other little things, but that's a summary of what I was suggesting this code could be as a parallel option within the CR 102.
Okay, thank you, Joe. We have a couple of hands raised for public comment. I'm going to call on Representative Dewitt.
Thank you, everybody. So as the author of 1282, I feel I feel like I need to weigh in on this idea that we have to wait for the working group to give their recommendations. 1282 is about EPDs and materials, right? It's not about whole life cycle. It's not about reusing existing buildings. And so I think for me, that's not really a good argument. I think in this case, we're making the perfect the enemy of the good. And I would caution about doing that. It's been brought up that, it hasn't been fully worked through. It's not perfect. And let's remember, it's not mandatory. So it's not going to affect bidding in areas where, let's face it, are unlikely in rural areas to adopt the appendix. But there are areas, metropolitan areas that are very well, they have contractors and designers who are very well versed in embodied carbon, and I don't think we should be holding back. We can learn from providing information to local governments that don't have the staff to create their own embodied carbon requirements. They don't have the expertise. They don't have the time. I mean, Jay, you're on a city council, you know how limited staff time is. And so we know that the only way it's going to move forward is if there's some sort of framework put together in the building code council. As far as Chell's recommendation, it makes sense to me, and I think if that's the way to get something into the code, into an appendix, I think that we should really look at that. And it may not say 3 compliance pathway, but it kind of is. It's just kind of labeled a little bit differently in my mind because we are still talking about reuse and salvage. And so I would just ask that you guys are the experts. I'm not going to claim to be an expert, but I know enough to be dangerous. And in my opinion, it's really important that we move forward and we don't wait. The parties that fought the most for 1282 were begging me for life cycle analysis. And now those same parties are fighting the compliance pathway, which includes life cycle analysis. So I don't know that I would caution. I think the 3 compliance pathway eliminates some of the turf wars. I understand the prescriptive approach feels like a turf war, but we're still going to use concrete. We're still going to use wood. Those things are not going to be in jeopardy. And I just would ask that we don't as a state get wrapped up in the turf wars, because that is not the intention behind the embodied carbon proposal that I've put on the table last session. And so I just ask that you use your best judgment and try to move the issue forward so that we can keep innovating and making Washington the green state that we are, and keep leading on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I noticed a couple of council members have their hands raised. I do want to get through public comment, but if we're raising your hand to ask a question of Representative Dewar, I'll call on you right now. Was that your intention, Scott, or can I get back to you after other public comment?
Well, I feel like I would be remiss in not making a comment. I know that this is not a comment period, but we have experience, our company has experience with this and working with the University of Washington. And I just feel like I need to mention that this is a fairly significant cost issue on the project, the sort of pilot project that we worked on. It ended up being, we didn't think it was going to be a mass timber issue, but it was, in terms of having to sort of redirect where it was coming from, but and also in the steel side. So it ended up being, in that case, about $125,000 issue that was not in the budget and not accounted for. So I know that this, and there was probably 60 to 70 staff hours that were spent just tracking this. So this is definitely a cost impact, in a time that it's more and more difficult to make projects pencil and move forward, and including multifamily housing, commercial projects. So I just felt I needed to mention that.
Okay, I want to get to comments from the council after we get through public comment. So I'm going to call on Corey Shaw.
Hi, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I had to jump off the computer onto the phone because I'm in between meetings. But one, I did want to thank the BRFW TAG group for the process. It was comprehensive and long and arduous, and everyone hung in there. And I also wanted to recognize Representative Dewar's comments. We hear them. Our concerns are, when you look at the EPD process and what's happening in the 1282 working group, that's going to reveal some information as far as Washington's heavily import dependent atmosphere. And when you take into consideration that there was research done with like BC and out of California, that's not Washington. It's a different landscape here. And our industries as a coalition are concerned with decisions being made without a full understanding of the economic impact to our import heavy state and those industries. And we feel like the conversation needs to take place in the interim with those stakeholders at the table to bring that data and that information into transparency for everyone to understand what we're fully looking at. So we do support the TAG's decision not to move any of the proposals forward at this time. And we support the idea that there would be a discussion in the interim with everybody that needs to be at the table to have those conversations so that we can work on a solution that works for Washington and not BC and not just California, but a holistic look at the state. So that's where our position is, and that's why we supported the decision that the TAG made to not move anything forward at this time. And we are looking at legislative options. We do feel like this is a good opportunity for this conversation to take place through the legislature. And we've reached out to several senators and representatives to try to get that conversation going. And we will be bringing our coalition along with us into those conversations. So keeping it short today, with just the idea that I support what the TAG did, and we hope that the council also supports that recommendation and allows for some more space for these conversations to continue.
Thank you. Ariel Brenner?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Hi, my name's Ariel Brenner from the New Buildings Institute, the proponent behind the original proposal. I just wanted to kind of like start by saying that our goal throughout this whole process really has been to put forward one standardized code framework vetted by the public that can be used across the state by jurisdictions on a voluntary basis, but with a mechanism that provides some sort of consistency and certainty regarding where the state is headed when it comes to regulating embodied carbon. Again, it would be available for jurisdictions who are interested in adoption and deem it appropriate and suitable for their own circumstances. If cost is deemed to be too much of a barrier for a particular jurisdiction, they don't have to adopt it. We have worked throughout this process with members of all of the key industries, as well as code officials, architects, engineers, as well as embodied carbon experts, to hone this language and come to something that we believe is broadly agreeable and viable and enforceable. And I'm happy to kind of go into more detail about, what are the pieces of the proposal that came from that input. I just wanted to highlight one to kind of address some of Corey's concerns. We did hear throughout the process from industry that there was a need for more flexibility in this proposal to allow for different project teams and suppliers to meet requirements in their own ways. That's why we provided 3 compliance pathway options. We also don't set absolute reduction targets, but we just give reference baselines and then give jurisdictions the options of different levels at which they can set their own reductions. So should they so choose, they could also choose a reporting level. We also received some input that it was important to provide some off-ramps if EPD requirements could not be met. And a lot of that reasoning came from concerns that Corey just mentioned about limited sourcing of certain materials. And we addressed some of those concerns by providing off-ramps on 2 fronts. First, providing EPDs is only one compliance pathway option. Projects can choose to pursue one of the other 2, where EPD submission is not required and the use of a particular material or SEM that goes into it is not a key strategy to comply. And then second, within the product compliance pathway, which requires EPDs, we included a provision saying that if a product EPD is not available, then the industry value as reported by the table provided in the code language may be used instead. I'll kind of back up just for one more minute saying that a lot of great conversations, in my view, and improvements were introduced to our original draft. To Angela's point, we also would love to see CLF's updated values in the final draft. Those values only came out recently, so after our proposal was due. So would definitely support incorporation of that. And a lot of these improvements that Shell just introduced, we would also be supportive of. And thank you to Shell for all that great work you did there. And so, yeah, our preference would be to fold all of those changes into one draft that still offers 3 compliance pathway options. But regardless of what the draft looks like, our request at this point is really to give the public an opportunity to weigh in on this proposal and whether this is something that they would like to see in Washington. And if you have any other questions about this proposal, I'm happy to answer them. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. We have a user listed as Aurora iPhone. Please go ahead.
Everybody, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Aurora Jensen with Carbon Leadership Forum. Our work to date supporting the proposal that was initially made by NBI and some of the revisions in the BFRW working group have been intended to strengthen the proposal, make it reflect the latest and best values that the industry has available, and make it more equivalent between different materials that are used in the pathways. We were excited about the work that was happening in the BFRW, and we're pleased with many of the ways in which some of the initial challenges in that proposal were resolved through the ongoing conversation. I agree with Ariel that we'd love to see the revised version of the 3 pathways be considered for advancement. We think it's the most flexible option that is available because it does provide 3 compliance pathways that have different requirements. However, I also want to state that the whole building LCA pathway that Shell introduced today, that provides a more holistic, comprehensive single method for evaluating carbon, is a very strong proposal as well. I want to highlight that that approach allows one to include reuse and reward reuse within a holistic framework, as well as rewarding procurement decisions. So by using that approach, you really do get some of the benefits of the other 3 pathways through a single method. And we do really support that approach as well. In general, CLF is here to offer technical support. And if we can answer any technical questions anyone has, that we're happy to do so. Thanks.
Thank you. Tim Atterbury, please go ahead.
Yeah. Tim Atterbury, Associate General Contractors of Washington. Just want to associate myself with Scott's comments, Corey's comments, and Angela's comments, and just kind of historically, when this EPD issue has come up, I know there's been 3 or 4 proposals over 3 or 4 years at the state legislature that have not moved forward on this topic. 3 or 4 years ago, when this item was mandatory, there was a committee at the State Building Code Council who didn't move it forward. Now you have another committee within the State Building Code Council who has voted to not move it forward. So it just seems like there's mounting evidence of both elected folks and folks on the State Building Code Council who have problems with moving this forward. So I don't know if there's any new evidence that now makes these proposals palatable, but just something you have to think about is, when developers are putting pencil to paper, it's never just the one regulation that stops private projects from going forward. It's oftentimes all the regulations piled on top of each other. So I have no, I'm not a developer. Scott could probably could speak to, what developers are thinking when they're looking at.
And did we lose you?
Looks like we lost him.
Okay. We'll go back if he reconnects. In the meantime, I have several council members want to make comments. Chell, go ahead.
Tim's back online, by the way.
Oh, okay, great. Tim, we lost you for a sec. If you wanted to continue.
Yeah, where did you miss me? I'm up in the mountains. Sorry.
We just lost your last 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah, no, I'd be curious to hear more comment from Scott. He talks to developers on private projects, and what does he hear from developers when looking at all the regulations combined, and sometimes those projects don't pencil as it relates to all of the regulations combined. So I'm just interested in hearing, what developers weigh when they're looking to make investments.
Okay. Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, let's go to council comment and discussion. Shall go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, and I had a question for Scott as well. And welcome, Scott. Nice to meet you. And I've never you mentioned like 100 and some thousand for a project, and I've never heard anything that's even 3 or 4% of that in terms of the cost from the contractors to do something that is similar to this proposal. So I guess I was wondering, when big numbers get thrown out like that, did you look at whether the scope of that was similar to the scope of the proposals that the council is considering today?
No, I guess what I was commenting on was our experience in tracking carbon and what we experienced on a project, because that was our only experience with that. So how it specifically relates to this proposal, I would need to dig a little deeper to understand the 3 pathways and how that relates. I think that one, I kind of got chastised a little bit on talking about policy issues. This is clearly a policy issue. This entire document is a policy. And so, I feel like it's a little bit outside of the scope of the the building council, and that it's not really health and safety or energy efficiency. It's adding something entirely different. So that is that in anything like Tim was saying, anything that is an additional requirement is an added cost, and it's an added cost that ends up getting passed on, not just to the developer, but ultimately to us, right? Like in rent rates and lease rates and everything else. So what we're experiencing is the difficulty is just getting projects to start, because the costs are so high, because we are a very expensive place to build in relation to other parts of the nation. And that makes it, even though the incomes are higher, and there's jobs, it's still investment in this community in Puget Sound or Washington is sometimes questioned, like, because it's just so expensive to make anything work. And that's been, that's the number one challenge we've had in the last 3 years, is basically lots of pre-construction with nothing starting. So this to me is just another added cost.
Thanks. I had a few other things. We've been looking at this proposal, all the proposal in front of us. We've used whole building life cycle analysis on steel buildings, concrete buildings, and wood buildings, and they all can pass with even the reductions in here that are more aggressive. What gets measured gets managed. So if we don't start measuring in the private sector now, we're not going to be able to manage it as we head towards our 95% carbon reduction goal. This is kind of another baby step in the direction alongside the 1282 effort. And once we get the muscle memory into the AEC industry and looking at embodied carbon, we can take more substantive efforts. And also, since we have clean electricity in this state, embodied carbon is lower for manufacturers in this state. So it's a bit of a buy Washington thing. I also wanted to address the industry letter. There's a lot of misleading stuff in there. It includes many suggestions that have been made over and over and over, almost enough that they seem true, that the proposal has been shielded from their view and ability to suggest modifications. Anyone can submit proposals or modifications to any proposal. The idea that NBI could only have modified their own proposal is not true. In the commercial energy code tag, we had lots of people modify other people's proposals and bring that. In fact, the major proposal 279 that I mentioned earlier, the version we eventually passed was made by a different person than the original proponent. So the industry could have taken the proposal, made a modification, and made it exactly to their liking and put it forward. I did not see that happen from watching at least the BFRWs that I watched. Maybe it did happen. And it's been considered for nearly a year. So the idea that somehow it's been hidden from industry is kind of bizarre and I think deceitful. Our neighbors to the north and south have embodied carbon in their codes. That's California to the south and Vancouver, BC to the north. And their language has, requirements, and this is only an optional appendix. So I think we should pass a version of one of the proposals into public comment, maybe parallel options, and see how the public reacts to them.
Representative Brown.
Great, thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the chance to talk. Couple of points. I'd underscore what Shell just said about this being optional. This is something that local governments could choose to employ, and it doesn't necessarily. But I don't think this necessarily means that it's going to be a cost for developers. My thinking on this is that it's going to be most useful when local governments say, hey, we want to try to do this, we want to encourage this use, and they can apply things like floor area density bonuses or other kinds of incentives to encourage this to be used. That's usually how these kinds of standards have been rolled out in the past. What's especially valuable about having this published as an appendix is that it means that it'll be standardized across jurisdictions so that an architect or builder who gets familiar with doing it in one place will know how to do it in other places. I think that's why this is important to advance at the state level. The other thing I guess I want to highlight, my preference would be that we move forward with going to public comment on all three compliance options. All due respect to Shell on that, but I guess my thinking on it is when you look at other codes, a prescriptive standard is especially valuable. It's easier to comply with. Many people on this council would know better than I do, but my guess is when you look at other codes where there's prescriptive standards, that those are used the majority of the time by most folks who are using it. So I think it's a more user-friendly option to have the prescriptive materials compliance pathway included in this. And I guess I'd also just say that I would, I'm a politician. I know how by trade, I know how these things end up getting decided, and I really would hope that we don't end up excluding the materials pathway because of pressure from one industry or another who doesn't want to see how they. I think we ought to move forward with the best proposal, and my belief is that includes all three pathways. Thanks.
Thank you, Pete. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you for allowing me these comments. First of all, I'd like to say if I use the term embodied carbon to any of my friends and family, they wouldn't know what the heck I was talking about in the first place. You'd have to explain to them carefully what that actually meant in terms of the products that you buy and the energy that goes into their manufacture, including buildings. But I think in this case, since this is an appendix and only jurisdictions that so desire can implement some aspect of it, that they can, test it out. And I think as Chell mentioned, that at least in the first few cycles, that they would be simply required to submit a report as to why they didn't necessarily meet the necessary criteria without it impacting the overall project cost. I think this is an excellent way to get the industry and to get the state in its entirety used to the concept of embodied carbon and to be able to introduce that in a slow manner that allows local code officials to take in the concept and figure out how to work with it. And I think we will learn a lot about how to actually implement that in more concrete rules in the future. But I would like to ask Chell to kind of repeat how he envisioned that you know, if you do an analysis and you don't really come up with the right answer, how does that work into this particular code piece here? So thank you.
Shell, do you want to respond briefly to that question?
Yeah, so in the Anderson version, at permit time, you would submit a model that shows you comply. And you would do that to get a permit. Then you would be required to update the model once you have EPDs from the covered products. And if the updated model does not meet the original goal for embodied carbon reduction, you would simply need to submit a narrative explaining why it doesn't meet the required embodied carbon reduction. And that would be it. You're off the hook. You don't need to do anything more. And that's the way that the air barrier, roughly the way that the air barrier test was for the first, I think, 2 cycles in the code.
And I think that's a key critical point is that it's going to take at least a couple of code cycles before this becomes something that is required of the industry. And I think we could, this is the time to do it instead of delaying for another 3 years, I presumably, to get this into the code. So, but getting that concept out there, I think is incredibly important to our community and our state. Nobody really knows what embodied carbon really means, including us. And so I think this is an excellent way to explore that concept.
Good. Thank you. And I wanted the record to show that I see Katie on video, and I know she wasn't part of the roll call when we came back from recess. So I want to make sure that that is counted as we're talking about this. Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, so my initial comments were meant to be to not express my opinion, to just be kind of the report of what the BFRW did. I have a whole list of things that I could and would like to comment. I'll try to be brief. But the first one is, Scott, I did want to welcome you, and I apologize if you felt chastised in any way about policy. It just is something that we deal with, the State Building Code Council. And in fact, over the past couple of years, there have been multiple times when we've been accused of doing policy when we are really trying to do technical work. So just that was where the comment came from. I didn't mean to chastise you in any way. I wanted to kind of touch on.
Representative Ramel, you're unmuted. Thank you. Go ahead, Roger.
I wanted to touch a little bit on a few people have touched on the need to start the industry down the pathway, and remind everybody that if you look at the total energy or carbon that goes into the life of a building, half of it is that embodied carbon that goes in at the upfront, and the other half is the operational carbon that we are reducing. Every code cycle, we reduce that operational carbon. So the idea of waiting, the longer we wait, the more buildings that are built without reducing embodied carbon. And so that's why it is important for me. My personal opinion is for us to move one of these proposals forward. Let me see what else I want to comment on. I do like Chell's proposal very much. I like some of the work in there. Certainly, I agree that the compliance language that's in there is really good. I do have a question, however, is if we are comfortable moving forward with a full building LCA pathway, which is Chell's proposal, what's wrong with offering projects one other option, which is the material pathway, which kind of gets us back to the original proposal. The original proposal has 3 options. If you're comfortable with whole building LCA, great, use the whole building LCA. if you choose to go down the path of material options, why do we not leave that as an option for people to use? I did want to point out Shell's proposal has two, an absolute reduction and a relative reduction. So he said that there's kind of two. Those are also in the original proposal right there. Item 1 and 2 for the whole building's compliance pathway. Those are in the original proposal as well. So that proposal kind of has 4 options. You can do a whole building LCA, like maybe if whole building LCA is 2, it's 2A and 2B. You can do a whole building LCA and you have those 2 options. As far as the 1282 work group goes, I understand that has been a question that has come up often and in discussions throughout both the TAG and the BFRW. This proposal is independent of that, and as an appendix, my understanding is the 1282 work group was not talking about an appendix. If that work group comes up with requirements that we integrate something into the code, into the full code, and say we need to make these things part of the statewide code, whether we're starting from scratch to do that, or whether we have an appendix out there that we can use as a framework to actually make those changes. Part of me says it doesn't make a difference, but to be honest, it would probably be easier to have a starting point for us that has the framework, and then make that framework fit whatever that work group comes up with sort of requirements. So I just am, given where we're at, the importance of embodied carbon. Oh, one more thing, Scott. I don't want to put you on the spot. I have heard about a test project at the University of Washington and an added cost and a couple meetings over the time period. And the question that I have not had answered is how many years ago was that test project? And if you were trying to track carbon 5 or 10, certainly 10 years ago, I can see where that would be difficult, because if you were going to require an EPD, there weren't very many people that had that. So there may very well have been added. That is no longer an issue.
Thank you.
Certainly.
You too.
Representative Romley, you're unmuted again.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. It was down in Tacoma, and
okay.
It was I think about 3 years ago or so.
Okay. And again, I'd love to talk to you about that. I haven't heard that it's that expensive either. That's, if it's an experience, certainly that's great to be part of the conversation. I would be curious about a little bit more detail. So I'm supportive of moving something along. If it is both or all 3 options, I really feel like, and again, reminding everybody that the proposal did go through the TAG unanimously. It passed through the BFRW unanimously once, passed through the building code, this council once, with saying, yeah, let's go get some more public input on it. So it seems like what we have in the 1, 2, or 3 proposals, in my opinion, are certainly ready for us to go out and get additional public comment on. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. And I want to note, I do recognize some people have raised their hands for public comment. I'm going to circle through the council members that have their hands up, and then we'll get back to you. Angela, go ahead.
Okay, so I would just like to say that I am more in favor of Shell's proposal than any of the others. I like the comparison to the air barrier, because that was extremely helpful as far as giving kind of a practice time sort of thing. And I think this is more of a embodied carbon for beginners sort of template, so that builders, developers, whoever, they can get used to what they're going to need to do. They can get their stuff in order so that it can be done efficiently and correctly. I think that it will encourage more jurisdictions in the state to actually adopt this. with it, knowing that it won't actually, you know, dramatically push any construction costs due to, you know, products or anything. So I agree. I understand Rep Doers, you know, sacrificing good for the perfect. I just it needs to be usable, because as we say at the ICC level, this is the camel's nose in the tent. And once it's there, there's no removing it. It doesn't happen. There's no reversing and saying, oh, never mind, we're going to remove this. And I think that the way that Chell has put this together, I think it will also help to flush out issues that may come up with it, unintended consequences or things like that. And so I think having, again, a simpler one where you're forced to do the work up front, try to do the work during it, but if you slightly miss, you learn from it, versus being heavily penalized. And I think that next code cycle for the 27, then we will have a much better idea of how to flush it out and make it a better product. Thanks.
Okay. Tom Handy, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted also to remind everybody that we didn't necessarily, you know, at the BFRW committee, we didn't necessarily vote to terminate this discussion whatsoever, or this initiative, or any of it. We voted to get more information and to try and make it better before we put it on the books. And that was the main thing. You know, the one thing that I notice now is that, you know, even though I know this is kind of a general process for fleshing things out, but, you know, even the proponents all have very different ideas, or substantially different ideas on how this should go forward. And so that just makes me think even more that, you know, we do need a little bit more time before we actually write it all down. And quite frankly, I appreciate what Angela just said. I haven't read Chell's proposal. And so maybe that does kind of ease that burden. I know that here in Pullman, our second largest employer, who's got an international company, has vowed to never build another building in the state of Washington again, and is building buildings in Idaho and you know, and in other states in order to support his operation. And I just hate to see Washington go back down that path, as I think it was Tim that stated that once you pile one little thing on top of another little thing on top of another little thing, that we got something that's just ultimately very difficult to work with. And so I want us to all be mindful of that, because, you know, in Pullman, we're living that right now.
Okay, in the meeting room, Tom Young.
Yep. Tom.
Yes, okay, so, I mean, here, so I mean, need help with folks, but you know, the state legislature has created, you know, a law or regulation that requires us to reduce carbon emissions. I guess this is what this embodied carbon is about. So we're required by law to reduce carbon emissions, and that's a task that's been given to SBCC. And let me now speak as a home builder. When the air barrier test first came out, of course, you know, we were enraged, we stomped our feet and things like that. But it was a learning process, because we weren't penalized for it. Now it's a requirement, and we will be penalized for it. So if it will be a requirement and that we will be penalized for it if we don't achieve it, give us a chance to learn how to do it without a penalty. So I'm in favor of getting this, some kind of proposal out for public comments. And would be good to hear from these folks that maybe have a different viewpoint from some of the council members, and that may give us, you know, some better ideas on how to like craft or improve this in the future. But I do want to add to Tom Handy's comment that, you know, so, you know, my company also went into Montana and Idaho to look to set up new operations. And it is, you know, compared to those other states, Washington is a very onerous and expensive place to build and develop. And that's one of the reasons why we have the highest, cost of housing, and the cost of housing is also a matter that the state legislature is taking up right now.
Thank you. Katie, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I've been listening in this whole time. I just missed the vote and apologize for that. I just went through and so version 4 was approved unanimously by the TAG. I mean, that was a long time ago, and I know a lot of work has happened. But that version got a lot of scrutiny, and yet I also really like what Chell has written and the description of those things. So it feels important to kind of understand what the public thinks and move. I like Representative Ramel's comment and proposal to perhaps forward the 2 proposals forward and kind of ask for comment on both. I missed the last committee. I would not have been in favor of, based on what I know. I was not there in the discussion, but I just think that this embodied carbon, it's potentially low hanging fruit and we're sort of starting to reach into the trees. And so the longer we delay this, the harder it's going to be later on. And I just think that like somebody said, getting it into the muscle memory of our of people who, I mean, we're talking about very large buildings right now. So it's our kind of top of the line experts working on huge buildings that are, breaking trail here. And I think that's it seems like that's where there's perhaps some capacity. So I'd be in favor of asking for public comment on the 2 proposals.
Thank you. Scott and Angela, before I get to you, we've had some public comment on there, and I know both of you have talked before, so I want to get through some public comment, and I will come back to you. Corey, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to mention that the letter that we comment that the process had been a little bit, from our perspective, foul, was more along the lines of the comments we had submitted weren't vetted through the TAG or the council. They were submitted and vetted through the proponent. And there were some comments offline via email where some things just weren't adopted. And that's where we felt like it hadn't been a full transparent process until the TAG took over control of the document on June 13th. So just to clarify there, we weren't saying that we hadn't been at the table. We were just saying that the comments hadn't been incorporated. And that's why things hadn't, in our opinion, been handled correctly. Also, I want to touch on the expense and the costs and some concerns with it being an optional code or an appendix. If the jurisdiction doesn't quite understand how the materials come to be, how they're imported, and how their EPDs impact the material, they're not going to understand the expense and the cost of adopting the code. And because there hasn't been an economic analysis done on any of these proposals, I think it's concerning to move any of them forward until there's a full understanding of the conversation and what's happening. And the International Council did reject this proposal to look for changes to be made at that level also. And they all discussed the potential for a green code and or a carbon council separate from health, life, and safety. So we would be supportive of further study, further examination, and maybe the discussions at the legislative level of a different way of adopting the code. So that's where we're at. I know our letter and my name's been mentioned a few times, so I did want to take some time to clarify that and urge you guys to postpone making decisions and moving forward until there's further understanding of what we're actually discussing. Thank you.
Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to take issue with something Mr. Anderson said a few minutes ago. There was a letter written by a large coalition of folks from the business community opposed to this. And Mr. Anderson called either that letter or the folks who signed it bizarre and deceitful. And I just wanted to put this out there for future discussion. Maybe it would be wise for us to not involve ourselves in name calling. We're all trying to provide input here so that we end up with good public policy. So just wanted to know if Mr. Anderson was willing to apologize for calling folks on this call bizarre and deceitful.
I'm willing to answer that. When I read a quote from the letter, it is false. And I do not engage in name calling, but when something is written and it is false, I'm going to name it as such. I'm sorry if you took offense to that or if others took offense to that. But we can talk more about it. But when something is false, I think it's appropriate as council members to call it out.
Okay, Matthew, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Hunter. I'm the Director of Codes and Standards for APA, the Engineered Wood Association based out of Tacoma. However, on this first-time listener, by the way, first-time caller, so be gentle. But looking at this proposal, what's before me on the screen here, referencing ISO 14040 and ISO 14044. And I believe if I saw scrolling previously, there was reference to ASTM E2921 related to whole building LCA. I would only comment to one of the previous commenters' comments about, getting left behind. If you're referencing ISO 14044, ISO 14040, and ASTM E2921, you're going to be up to speed. The reason I know that about ASTM E2921, and I'm proud to say this, the first time I actually helped write that standard and go through its last revision through the A60E sustainability. E60 sustainability subcommittee at ASTM. Really great people in that committee, really dedicated people to the idea of sustainability, resiliency, things like that. And a lot of people got a good crack at that document, ASTM E2921. So if you're inclined to keep this language as it is, I said, speaking for myself on this issue, I would wholeheartedly encourage you to continue to reference those whole building life cycle assessment tools and standards that are at your disposal. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Okay, back to council discussion. Angela, go ahead.
Yeah. So first off, I guess I'd like to point out that the CLF version of the V4 of the original proposal, if that makes sense, is not currently up for the council to move forward for public comment. Is that correct? It wasn't included in the documents for
So it's not included in the documents today because of the actions taken specifically at the TAG and BFRW levels. The CLF and WB LCA versions did not come with any recommendation from the BFRW. And so just for clarity purposes, I put up the TAG version that was approved by the TAG and the beginning working document that the BFRW started to use. And then late to those additions were the Shell revision and the coalition letter that you see online today. But those versions are available on the Embodied Carbon webpage on the IBC tag page.
Okay, so to my point, though, that one appears to be the most up to date as far as if you are going to move one forward that has the product compliance pathway in it. That version is the one that has the expanded products list as well as the most up-to-date data in it, as opposed to the proposal that we have listed in our documents for today. And then secondly, I had forgotten to ask this earlier, but somebody mentioned the cost analysis, and so I did have a question on that. So I know that this is being done based on legislative directive, that it be considered, or the tag, look into including this. So it's not mandated that it be included. It was mandated that we consider it. So does that make it a legislative mandate, which exempts it from the actual cost analysis? Because I think everybody should be really interested in what that actual cost analysis would be, and we don't have one. Does that make sense as a question?
I think so. So as far as cost analysis being done on this one, I guess backed up to the legislative mandate part, I don't know that we have a mandate for considering this. We had legislation that did not pass last session that would have directed us to do some work on embodied carbon. We anticipate legislation to return in our short session that will be relative to this topic. So I wouldn't say that we're exempt from the cost analysis portion of that. As far as how that happens, we'll need to be bringing this stuff to the work group of economic impact to discuss cost impact further, to develop that economic analysis.
Okay, because the justification for not providing one with this stated that it wasn't required because it was a legislative mandate. So when it comes to requiring a cost analysis on code proposals, I know what the energy code ones we don't require, but all building code, aren't the proponents responsible for providing a cost analysis? Unless
That
it's an
is-
actual legislative mandate in which there's no choice.
That is part of our requirements for getting proposals in the door. I don't know that this one came through originally with all the cost analysis we'd be looking for. But in order to consider this going forward, we will need to develop some cost analysis to present with our CR 102.
Jay,
Okay,
if I
Angela,
may-
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. There was in the BFRW version of it, there is a cost analysis. I remember reading it.
Does
That
it?
was 30, that was up to 30K for the EPDs.
if
Oh,
I may-
okay, so maybe I was looking at a different version, one of the revisions.
I also want to respond to Angela. So the original proposal
Mhm.
from the proponent came in with there is economic impact information with the original proposal.
Mhm.
It was deemed a complete proposal. So at that point, I'm going to paraphrase that it was determined that there was enough cost analysis in there for it to be a reasonable proposal, and then moving forward. So the baseline does have cost information in it. I think that there was additional cost information considered at various times, and if the BFRW committee, that's fine. If, like every other proposal, will there be discussions about whether that is sufficient economic input or not? This is the same conversation that we have about every proposal, but the proposal did pass the bar of having enough economic information when it was originally proposed.
Okay, because I'm looking at the one that we have, the 24 GP1 118 R4_04, or no, I'm sorry, not the 4, just the 0. And it, under the economic impact, it says no. And it says because it was mandated through House Bill 1282. And then it does give somewhat of a breakdown. So I was just curious, but I mean, this is enough of a thing, but I think it should have said yes, I guess, from what I'm just trying to understand when it is and when it isn't. But that's all I had. Thanks.
Okay. Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I have one more thing, and this has come up for this proposal as well as many others. The idea of life and safety, the building code. So I would like to quote from section, I need my reading glasses, sorry. 101.3, which is intent of the building code, to provide a reasonable level of safety, public health, and general welfare. And in my mind, this would most certainly, given the challenges we've had with smoke and wildfire, this certainly would be the general welfare of the citizens of the state. And it includes safety to life and property from fire and other hazards attributed to the built environment. So just this idea that our code is only limited to life and safety. There's general welfare in there, as well as a number of descriptors. So I just want to get that out there. We continue to hear that on in many of our meetings. So.
Okay, Scott, go ahead.
Mine is a question a bit because I'm getting a little bit confused. I'm hearing like there's like 3 different potential proposals, and I'm not quite certain, like, I mean, if we're going to move in motion and go through that process, what am I agreeing to at this point?
Right.
And should this be, maybe tabled for a month and then the documents sent out so that everybody can look at them, and then we have a conversation about which one goes forward, because I feel like it's a little bit, I'm really coming from behind.
It is a good question. What I would frame the discussion that we have right now is that there are 2 different proposals that are on the website today. There is the BFRW, the R4_BFRW, and then there's also the R4_WBLCA pathway, which is the Chell proposal. We've heard a lot of feedback of the different variations on this. For example, Representative Rommel had talked about the 3 different pathways being valuable in the BFRW proposal. We've heard public comment of issues with the materials aspect of that. And then you've got whether this is enforced or not, and Shell's proposal gets to this as being reporting, not enforcement. So we have got a number of options. There have been cases before where we have put multiple options out for public comment. And then that would allow us to get the information on the materials issue, on the enforcement issue, et cetera, and then decide with this in the fall. But I think I think we have the option of putting forward 1 or more proposals.
To me, that seems to make the most sense.
Yep.
If I may, there are 3 versions up in the minutes. If you go to the click here for documents under the minutes.
Yep.
And Scott, I tried to, they are confusing, trust me, because there are more versions out there. So the 3 versions are embodied carbon proposal 24 GP1 118 R4. That is the proposal that came out of the tag. So that was the original proposal that got to this council. The BFRW, the next one, BFRW embodied carbon proposal. Let me make sure. Is the version that the BFRW committee used as our working document, and I believe that is the version that Angela refers to that has a bunch of the comments, the expanded information from the on the table, in the table that occurred. And then the 3rd version that you see down there is the whole building, the 24 GP1 118 R4 whole building LCA pathway. That is the Shell version. So those are the 3 versions that were posted on the website. And I'm not you might have to ask Dirk, a legal perspective, if somebody were to propose a version that was in one of our committees previously, but not posted, would that be kosher or not? I think and this is again, my personal opinion, the difference between the original version R1, I would have always assumed, kind of responding to Angela's comments, is that if there is a new table, there's new data that has come out since that proposal was put in, we would use the updated version, updated information. So whether we call it the original R4 or the BFRW one that has the updated numbers already included, in my mind, they're very similar and kind of already do that. So Jay, and also I've been thinking about how to move forward. Do we move forward taking a vote on each of those three and say yes on this one, no on that one, and just do individual? Or I don't know, that's just a suggestion, but I don't know if you have an idea on the path forward. So
Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused about when this one from Chell came into being, when it got added to the website, because on Wednesday when, you know, the meeting documents were emailed out, which is what I've been kind of going by instead of going to the website every couple hours to make sure there's nothing new, it wasn't included. So, you know, the document, I don't know that everybody's had the opportunity to see that. Maybe they have, you know, I mean, I'm pretty busy and I don't always have time to, you know, just keep checking the website just to make sure there's no updates. I do check my email all the time. But
I do appreciate that comment, Tom. I would note that in many ways, Chell's proposal is a subset of the full proposal anyway for consideration.
well, it could be, but it would have been nice to see it before today.
Yeah. Representative Rommel.
Thanks. Clarification question for Roger. Understand there's 3 proposals, but the first 2 sound like they're substantially similar and it's really just sort of an updating. Is anybody advocating for that first one to be included on the list? Or are we really just talking about the updated committee proposal and the Anderson alternative?
I guess I can answer this and also comment to Tom. I don't know exactly when Chell's proposal was posted. What I would be much more I would agree with you that is a concern if we were doing a final passing, but this is to send something on to CR 102 for comment, and that can include comment from you. So, and I would say, Representative Ramley, you are correct. The original R4 version that was posted, because there were so many versions, I felt that it was important to post that as, okay, this is kind of the starting point that came out of the tag and went through this council originally. If we could vote all 3 ahead, I think that only would make the confusion worse. And I would like to avoid that. And that's why I'm not sure what Jay's thinking about moving forward. I would support doing the 2, as you mentioned, the BFRW and then the whole building LCA as the 2. I don't think that there's a reason that we would include the original one.
And before I recognize a motion, there's one more public hand up, and I'd like to recognize that before we move to potential council action. Aurora, please go ahead.
Sorry, I think I dropped the call for a minute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay. This is Aurora Jensen with Carbon Leadership Forum. I just wanted to note, I've been less involved in this process than my colleague Jordan, but his interpretation of the 3 versions that were posted yesterday is that the second version, the BFRW, the one with BFRW in the title, has a good share of CLF's comments that were workshopped in the BFRW working group, but it wasn't the very latest version that was provided. So I do think there's a delta between the version that's posted and the final version that was voted down in the previous committee, if I understand correctly. So my question is reflecting what Roger mentioned previously about whether there's an opportunity to consider the version of the 3-pathway bill that reflects the very latest version from the BFRW conversation.
Okay, thank you for that. And I would note that for today's discussion, that whatever that third proposal is update would be something more appropriate for public comment if we're moving forward versus anything that this committee, or sorry, that this council has seen yet. Katie, you're listed both in the as an attendee and a panelist. Maybe staff can fix that, but go ahead.
Oh,
Thank you. I just joined. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Okay, so now we'll move to council discussion. Scott, go ahead.
A question, I guess. So both of these, the first two essentially say that there's no economic impact, right? And then the third one has no reference to economic impact at all. So I mean, when it moves to comment, if it moves to comment, it's sort of a misrepresentation of the impact, right? Like, I mean, from my perspective, it's not really representing the impact. I guess it's a question of like, how is that process going to work if you're putting forward a document that is not entirely accurate? I guess that's the comment.
Dustin, can you respond to our process and our future work on economic impact?
Yes, so the movement of this proposal towards the CR 102 won't necessarily ignore the economic impact statements. The movement we're looking here for today is to get the technical code language moved forward. In order to file CR 102, staff needs to prepare economic impact statements for these proposals, and that is an ongoing bit of work that needs to happen before the filing. So the actions we've had here today will be to start generating the CR 102 filing documents. Those will come. Will include a small business economic impact statement and a preliminary cost benefit analysis. Upon final approval, a final cost benefit analysis would be required as well for our filing. But we're not there with the small business economic impact statement, and the work group of economic impact would also need to consider some of these economic impacts before we file CR 102. We're just looking to generate the CR 102 code language portion of that document.
That's helpful, thanks.
Okay, I'm jumping to Todd since he has rejoined us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I have been here for a while. So maybe I'll make a couple comments for those of you that have followed this whole process. Many of these are repeating what we've talked about in committee and tag and so forth. But I need to note, for the materials seat, and I get the benefit of doing that today. So thank you, Jay, for chairing today. The prescriptive pathway, which means the material caps in the original petition, that option 1 with a 3-prong approach, that's a very, very challenging ask for the beginning of the supply chain. And the firm stance there is that EPDs are not meant to be directly regulated. And I don't want to get deeper into that, and there could be a whole discussion and dispute, but I mean, that could be disputed. But I mean, it's a very important point that is in the letters from the material trade associations that especially represent the primary manufacturing. And I'll say in those letters, they also, oppose the whole building LCA piece right now in the building code. So I'll get to that. My seat is challenging because it's pretty broad. It represents the entire supply chain of materials, including manufacturers, installers, and suppliers. And what you'll find is that as you start to get nearer towards the professional practice of architecture, structural engineering, which also includes secondary manufacturing, assembly, so forth, you start to see more of a desire and appetite because there can be competitive advantage, when you're developing those products. So, but in the whole building LCA pathway, the regulation piece is still a hang up, whether that should be included in there, or if it were to be presented, should it simply be reporting at this time. So I would ask that these probably do be separated, I would hope. And then if the whole building LCA is considered, that we would consider amendments to strike out the regulatory piece at this time. I think that's really more appropriate for the legislature and or the local jurisdictions to start to, determine when that time is right. I guess the one last point I'll make is the question before us here is in the building code that went through proper channels to ask that in that framework. I don't disagree with, green codes, so forth, but those are under development. And that's not the question at hand. Developing new green codes in the state of Washington is a whole other animal and a large legislative mandate for the council to even start talking about adding another code. So I'll just add some commentary. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ramel.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. At this time is a motion in order.
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay, I would go ahead and move then that we advance both proposals, the updated committee recommendation and the Anderson option to CR 102. Ask staff to prepare those and send that out.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Representative Ramel and seconded by Chell to move both proposals forward with the CR through the CR 102 process. Any discussion?
Well, since I was the
Please,
maker of the motion, I'll start off. I think we've had a healthy discussion today. I hear pretty clearly that there are some smart arguments in both directions, and I've got an opinion that I shared earlier, but I'm willing to hear other opinions as well. And I think putting these two choices to the public gives us a chance to advance things, keep it moving, keep it on track, but not lock ourselves into one pathway or the other. Again, this is a motion to advance it for public discussion, public process, which I think is appropriate at this point. And we'll have at least one, probably two more bites at the apple with more complete economic analysis and the benefit of hearing from a much broader section of the public. Ask for folks' support for the motion.
Thank you. Angela, go ahead.
So moving these forward doesn't preclude, if it came down to it, not accepting either of them, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Great. Any other discussion?
Was there a second?
Yes.
Yeah, Chell seconded the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, just for clarification, because we said we're doing two, which two are they?
Yeah.
Just for clarification, I'm sorry, but my mind has so many things going on.
I believe it's the BFRW proposal and the one labeled 24 GP1-118-R4_WBLCA pathway modifications.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so
Dustin, just confirming, Dustin, that is the first one, the BFRW proposal. That is the one with the updated table.
Yes, sir.
yep, that is what my motion was. Thanks.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, the motion is on the table to move forward the BFRW embodied carbon proposal, and the Chell Anderson proposal, both for public comment. I'm seeing no hands raised for discussion, so we'll go to a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Any abstentions?
No from me as well.
Okay. No, for the record that Todd and Scott were no's. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you very much for a very robust discussion and all of the input. There's clearly a lot of input that will be needed moving forward, so stay tuned as this goes into public comments and we have opportunities for further public hearing and revision on these proposals. Okay, that takes us to item 11 on our agenda, committee appointments. Dustin.
Get that popped up here. All right. So we've had some vacancies on committees, and also for some of our tags, our alternate chairs on those have been vacant for a while. The last time we visited this at the council was we tabled it to allow for additional appointees to make it onto the council from the governor's office. And so we've got 2 additional appointees representing the commercial / industrial construction and residential multifamily construction. And we still have 1 vacancy for the eastern cities on our council. But since we have some new council members, we brought this one to potentially fill out our committees as deemed appropriate here today. So I'll run through this one pretty quick. I'm going to start with our standing codes committees, and then I'll get into the tag chairs after the committees. So our BFRW committee, which is the Building, Fire, Residential, and WUI Codes Committee, has 1 vacant slot on here. This committee is composed of voting and ex officio members of the council, and also consists of the tag chairs from the relevant tag. So we've got the building tag, the fire tag, the residential tag, and the WUI codes tag. And then we limit the committees to 7 members so that if we had 8 members present, we're not forming a quorum of the council. So for BFRW, we have 1 vacant slot for a council member at large. The Mechanical, Ventilation, Plumbing, and Energy Codes Committee, also known as the MVPE, our chair was one of the slots or positions that was vacated earlier this year. And right now we're running that committee without a chair on that one. So we would be interested in finding a chair for that particular committee. The legislative committee is composed of council officers and chairs of the standing committees and other voting members of the council as appointed. Similar, we limit that to 7 members. You'll notice also we have Representative Ramel on this committee. They don't retain voting rights, but they can make motions and have all the other powers outside of voting as normal council members. For this one, the chair of the MVPE committee would be automatically included on this committee once we vote for that one. So we wouldn't need any specific action for the legislative committee. Our executive committee is fully fledged at the moment, and our bylaws on that one indicate that it's composed of council officers being the chair and vice chair, and then the chairs of the standing committees. Our work group of economic impact is composed of technical advisory group chairs. One thing that I might point out on this one is we have an ad hoc tag this code cycle for the single exit multiplex housing tag. If we added that here, we wouldn't necessarily be going over the number of people representing folks here, but right now it's just our normal tags who are composing of this work group. Getting into the building code tag, we have a chair primary and a chair alternate already established. For the fire code tag, we have a chair primary and chair alternate. For the energy code commercial tag, we have a vacant chair alternate, was formerly occupied by the commercial industrial representative. On the energy code residential tag, we have a chair alternate currently vacant, which was previously occupied by the residential multifamily seat on the tag. The residential code tag has a chair primary and chair alternate. The WUI code has a chair primary and chair alternate. Same for the mechanical ventilation and plumbing tag, and same for the single exits and multiplex housing tag. And so that's a brief overview of what we have going on for the different groups that are in seats needing occupation by our council members. And so with that, I'll roll back up to the top to our first vacancy, which is on the BFRW committee. And I guess looking for volunteers and some motions to accept those volunteers into these positions.
I would
Okay,
be interested in this.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. I was worried we were putting Scott and Tom on the spot as new members, but if you're volunteering, we don't have to lean on on you too much. So
and did I hear, Scott, you volunteered for this position?
Yeah, I think I would be interested in this one. It's a good place to sort of, start out and get my feet under me.
And do we want to go for volunteers and then make one motion for the whole list at the end?
yeah, let's see if there's any other interest, and see if there's any other discussion, because there may be other things we can take action on.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Anybody else interested in that vacant slot? Okay, I'll move on to a chair volunteer for the MVPE committee. And this one was formerly occupied by our residential multifamily housing seat. Not calling you out, Tom, but just giving some history there.
Yeah, and one thing I would
in the committee, but not just the chair.
I got you.
Yep. And one thing I'll note that we have done in our committees, specifically with a recent bylaw change, is not to have the tag chairs also be the chairs of the committees that they're a part of, and we're seeing more interesting work happening at the committees. So I'm wondering if there is a interest or availability in with one of the more experienced council members to take over the chair of this position. So
not all at once now.
Okay.
Jay,
I would be willing to do it, but Jay, you said I can't do it, so.
Well, and I think your value is really more in the from the tag standpoint. Roger, you have a comment?
I have a comment. I'm the chair of the other standing committee, so I don't believe I could even do it if I wanted to, but I just will say the chair of the standing committees is really, you're just running the meetings, and it is a meeting of other council members who are very, very accommodating as far as Robert's rules and how we run. So running the meeting is relatively easy from my experience on running the BFRW meetings.
Okay. What I'd like to do, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I guess, Roger, you're encouraging one of the other members to take the chair, and then maybe I can fill in another position. Is that what you're suggesting?
I just am trying to explain to all of the other council members who might be considering it that it is a time to meet, but running the meeting itself is not too much of a heavy lift. There's a little bit ahead of time to discuss the agenda with Dustin ahead of time, but running the meeting itself is not too big of a lift.
Ben, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm also not eligible, I guess, for that, what you mentioned before. However, I would mention that the MVP committee chair would also automatically be part of the executive committee and the legislative committee for the bylaws.
Good point.
Okay. So I will, oh, let's see, does Tom had his hand up, and otherwise I will be willing to take that position, understanding that I will get a lot of support. And
yes, we will definitely assist you in running the meetings, and anything you need, just reach out. We'll make sure we can provide that for you.
So it sounds like Tom Young, you're interested in chairing that committee.
yeah.
Okay. Great.
All right. I appreciate it very much. All right, so legislative committee will also be filled by Tom, just to kind of give you a update on what might be in store for that. During legislative session, we have weekly meetings. Outside of session, which we're in now, we're kind of meeting on a as needed and hopefully a little more regular than we have in the past, but it's mainly to kind of stay ahead of legislation as it's developed and just kind of open that up. So we don't have a ton of commitment required for that specific slot.
And Dustin, for that, we also have Matthew Hepner is no longer on the council.
Oh, that's a great point.
So we have another general vacancy if there's a council member that's interested. And Todd, go ahead.
I was going to ask if that's something Ben might be interested in.
Yeah, I'd be interested in the general spot. Thank you.
Great. Okay.
Thank you, Ben.
Ben? All right, moving down to the executive committee. This would also be you, Tom. This one, we meet monthly to discuss the dispensation of council business. So there's typically not we haven't had one of these for a month or two now, but they're not terribly time intensive and should be able to be dispensed with pretty quick and easy. And any support you need, by all means, let us know.
Is the one on for next week?
Yes, that one's going to be on, but I need to discuss with Todd the content of that particular agenda, and expect posting here Monday or early Tuesday. And then on our work group of economic impact, no need to see any changes there. And then for our energy codes tags, you guys heard today that the majority of the work for proposals for the 2024 code cycle are kind of winding down. I'm sure there will still be some tag meetings in the future during this code cycle, but the commercial was occupied by our commercial representative, and the residential energy code was occupied by the residential representative. And I don't want to sign you guys up for too much too fast, but we've got some vacancies within this tag, and most of the work is not behind us.
I can step in there and act as an alternate. So is it essentially just stepping in if the primary is gone? Is that the idea, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, and then for the energy code residential. Did you want to step into that one as well, Scott? Or anybody else?
Well, I mean, are they're both running in the same meeting, aren't they? Are they individual meetings or
They're separated meetings, yes.
they're separated meetings? No, I think I'm going to just stick with the commercial for right now, the two. Yeah.
Okay, so with that, then we have, I'd like to entertain a motion then to appoint Scott Bass.
Wait, Mr. Chair, we're still lacking on the energy code chair alternate, or the residential energy code chair alternate. Is there anybody else for volunteers to fill in when Shell's not available?
I should take.
You're gonna take it?
Yeah.
All right.
Kind of, I'm in a residential arena.
Come January next year, we have the opportunity to redo all this. All right, I believe that fills all the slots we had vacancies indicated for.
Excellent. So then I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Scott to the BFRW committee, Tom Young to chair the MVPE committee, Scott to be chair alternate for the Energy Code commercial tag, and Tom Young to be alternate for the Energy Code residential tag.
Chair.
And Ben Amura on the legislative.
And Ben Amura on the legislative committee. Thank you, Krista.
So moved, Angela.
Second, Chuck.
Okay, Todd, do you have a comment?
Yes, I forget which committee we were thinking about adding the ad hoc chair to.
To the BFRW committee.
Okay, but in this case, since it'd be Roger anyway, so maybe
Yes,
that's considered. Okay.
It actually was the work group on economic impact.
That's what it was.
Oh.
I think that's important. Yeah, if you're not on it already, Roger.
Two reasons why I would say no. Number one, I'm involved in a whole lot of things, including the single exit multiplex. Number two, that tag is legislatively mandated. So I'm not going to suggest in any way, shape, or form that we're not concerned with economic impact, because we are. But we are outside of the requirement for the economic impact because the legislature already directed us to do this. So those would be two reasons I would maybe not, but I'm fine being added to it.
Those are fair points.
Well, we have a motion on the floor as is, without a change to the work group on economic impact, and without, unless someone's willing to put forward an amendment. Let's act on the motion that we have. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor of making the committee and tag appointments as reviewed?
It could just be a moment of a question.
Katie, please go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just going to vote.
Okay. All in favor of making these appointments signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations and thank you, Scott and Tom, for stepping up and jumping in. Really
And
appreciate
also
it.
Ben.
And Ben as well. But was calling out the new members. Didn't mean to neglect you, Ben. I appreciate all of your work. Final item on our agenda is any items for other business. Dustin, do you have anything?
No, sir, nothing to add to business.
Okay. Well, I wanted to thank everybody for a very robust, lively discussion. We covered a lot of ground today. We are at the end of our agenda, so we are adjourned. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Great job, Jim.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.